I'm sorry, Uncle Phil. You really that villain hit voice. I know you are well. Please go to your room and he'll be up shortly to discuss this further. Will slowly trotted up to his room, trying to control the tears. He entered the room and threw himself on the bed and found that his tears didn't stay good ways. He was overcome with the guilt he was feeling. They must hurt me now. I don't know how they can. He thought to himself, Uncle Phil will never forgive me. He wills me back to Philly now. Apostrophe crying completely uncontrollably now will never hurt. Uncle Phil's gentle knock on his bedroom door. Well, can I come in? Are you okay? Not hearing any reply but the sound of wrecking soaps. Uncle Phil put his hand on the door handle and slowly opened the door. When he saw Will lying on his bed with his back to the door, he could see Will's whole body shaking with his sobbing. He rushed over to him. Will, what's wrong? Why are you so upset? Will was unable to answer his uncle, as although he could hear him. It's only the sound was coming through water as his head felt so heavy with all of the crying. He felt a presence and large gentle hand on his arm, and he turned to see who had touched him. When he saw it was Uncle Phil. Well, please sit up, Uncle Phil said Will, gently rubbing Will's upper arm. Well, now he was facing towards his uncle. Had the words a bit better, although it was still sounding fuzzy. As soon as Will was sitting on the edge of his bed, Uncle Phil sat down next to him and pulled Will gently towards him, enveloping him in his huge arms. Comforting Will just like he would have been one of his children very little. Will initially tried to raise his boot. Uncle Phil held firm on that will. It's okay, you are safe now. Will's normal bravado did not surface, he slumped into the loving embrace and started sobbing all over again. In between his presses and sorry, please forgive me. In hospital, he tried to continue but his own good ways. Uncle Phil tells and Robert wills back up and down gently, whispering soothing words. He is struggling to contain his own thirst. He knew he could not let himself go as he needed him to be strong at this moment. Uncle Phil held for about 10 minutes, constantly rocking gently forwards and backwards whilst whispering it okay will cry as much as you want her and he will always be here for you. As the team passed with fuzzy head was clearing and although he was getting ahead caused from all of the cry. His uncle's words were penetrating the brain. He looked up at his uncle suddenly embarrassed to be buying broccoli and he said, Uncle Phil, so we feel better now so. Can you please let me go? Phil stopped talking and looked at Will, seeing his crying had slowed. He slowly relaxed his arms. Will, are you sure you are going to be okay? Looking slightly embarrassed, Will slowly nodded his head, not wanting to look into his uncle's eyes. Uncle Phil gently released Will from his embrace, put he held onto Will's right arm alternately. Will, look at me please. Nick and Uncle Phil. Philip at his nephew again and decided to be a little firmer. William, please look at me. So at the change of tone, Will looked at his uncle, expecting the anger in his eyes, but was surprised to see that his uncle's eyes looked slightly puffy, like he was holding back tears. When Will looked at his uncle, he said, Will, nothing you can do will ever stop me from loving you so. Although by the rules of life you are a nephew, I think of you little the extra zone he never had. He took a deep breath before continuing. You never meant to dear cousin. Carlton is okay and you are okay. Hopefully you have both learned a few harsh lesson notes to get involved with taking drugs for any reason. I love you very much. That means that sometime you will need to be clear als gewagte Person unholdsakzeptable for their behavior good. No, this young man is always and with love. We nodded his head by Elizabeth now, but feeling strange. Uncle Phil had never said anything quite like this to him and he didn't quite know how to respond. front. He felt armed in his throat that he wasn't able to Germany whether it was because Uncle felt that he loved him like a son or because he was still worried about his uncle's choice of punishment, grounding him and taking away his allowance didn't seem to be enough this time. At least, after his uncle's words, it didn't seem that he was going to will home to Philly. He decided in his mind that he was prepared to take under punishment his uncle determined, so that he could get past this unrevealed trust and relationship with his uncle, aunt and cousins. He knew his mom would be embarrassed and mad, and him too. Uncle Phil, seeing that Will had calmed down a lot, decided that it was time to deal with Will's punishment. Although he certainly wasn't looking forward to it, he knew that we needed to be ponies to reinforce the lesson on not getting involved with drugs, and he also knew that it would help release the guilt he felt. Will he said, firmly standing up and pacing as he felt he needed to give Will the whole firm strict judge treatment. It's time to talk about their punishment, but before Will Ivan to tell me exactly what happened, who were you the drugs, how they came to be their locker and how Carlton ended up taking them. Will feeling guilty again. Looked down at the floor and Mom played Uncle Phil didn't want to be a snitch.
Will, can I come in? Are you okay?
Not hearing any reply with the sound of
Racking sobs, Uncle Phil put his hand on the door handle and slowly opened the door. When he saw Will lying on his bed with his back to the door, he could see Will's whole body shaking with his sobbing. He rushed over to him. Will, what's wrong? Why are you so upset? Will's unable to answer his uncle, as although he could hear him, it sounded like the sound was coming through water as his head felt so heavy with all of the crying. He felt a presence and large gentle hand on his arm though, and he turned to see who had touched him when he saw it was Uncle Phil. "Will, please sit up," Uncle Phil said whilst gently rubbing Will's upper arm. Will, now he was facing towards his uncle, heard the words a bit better although it was still sounding fuzzy. As soon as Will was sitting on the edge of his bed, Uncle Phil sat down next to him and pulled Will gently towards him, enveloping him in his huge arms, comforting Will just like he would have when one of his children were little. Will initially tried to resist, but Uncle Phil held firm and said, "Will, it's okay. It's okay. You are safe now." Will's normal bravado did not surface. He slumped into the living embrace and started sobbing all over again. In between catching breaths, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I never meant for Carlton to end up in hospital." He tried to continue but his sobbing got worse. Uncle Phil just held firm and rubbed Will's back up and down gently while whispering soothing words. He was struggling to contain his own tears, but he knew he could not let himself go as Will needed him to be strong at this moment in time. Uncle Phil held Will for about 10 minutes, constantly rocking gently forwards and backwards whilst whispering, "It's okay, Will, cry as much as you want, I'm here and I will always be here for you." As the time passed, Will's fuzzy head was clearing, and although he was getting a headache caused from all of the crying, his uncle's words were penetrating the brain fog. He looked up at his uncle, suddenly embarrassed to be being rocked like a baby, and he said, "Uncle Phil, sob. I feel better now, sob. Can you please let me go?" Phil stopped rocking and looked at Will. Seeing that his crying had slowed, he slowly relaxed his arms. "Well, are you sure that you are going to be okay?" Looking slightly embarrassed, Will slowly nodded his head, not wanting to look into his uncle's eyes. Uncle Phil gently released Will from his embrace, but he held onto Will's right arm, although not tightly. "Will, look at me please." "I can't, Uncle Phil." Philip looked at his nephew again and decided to be a little firmer. "William, please look me, son." At the change of tone, Will looked at his uncle, expecting to see anger in his eyes, was surprised to see that his uncle's eyes looked slightly puffy, like he was holding back tears. When Will looked at him, Uncle Phil said, "Will, nothing you can do will ever stop me from loving you, son. Although by the rules of life you are my nephew, I think of you like the extra son I never had." lesson on not getting involved with drugs, and he also knew that it would help Will release the guilt he felt. Will, he said, firmly standing up and pacing as he felt he needed to give Will the whole firm strict Dutch treatment. It's time to talk about your punishment. Before we do, I want you to tell me exactly what happened. Who gave you the drugs? How they came to be in your locker, and how Carlton ended up taking them. Will, feeling very guilty again, looked down at Phil and mumbled, "Uncle Phil, I don't want to be a snitch. Young man, I don't care what you want or don't want to be. It is not snitching. You are very lucky that the situation did not end up being much worse. Carlton could have died. You could have ended up in jail, and that is just unacceptable. Your friend does not deserve your loyalty. However, if it makes you feel better about talking, just this one time, I'll make you a promise that I will not take what you tell me up with either the police or the school. I will talk to the young man's parents though." Will, feeling very chastised, nodded his head. "Yes, sir. I understand," and he began his sorting. "I was feeling the pressure, you know, what with studying for the exams at school, spending time with Cindy, working, etc. And it was making me tired, and I was yawning a lot. This guy Freddie is a classmate, and he really is good guy," chancing a look at his uncle to try communicate that he did really feel that Freddie was a good guy. Uncle Phil frowned at Will but let him continue. "Well, anyway," Will continued, "Freddie saw me yawning and offered me the pills. He did tell me what they were but said that he thought them as like caffeine shots. I told him that I didn't know they were a good idea, and he told me that he used them, that it was okay, like, you know, whatever gets the job done. I took them, but they were only going to be a last resort, I promise. Anyway, someone called me and I just put them in my locker before I went on to class. When I saw Carlton behaving so strangely at the prom, realized that I recognized the signs we had learned of drug usage, and when Carlton had said that he took some vitamins from my locker and he felt great, I knew that I need to act fast." Will stopped talking, remembering the horror. Carlton collapsing and the paramedics turning up and taking Carlton to the emergency room. "Uncle Phil, I really am sorry. I should never have taken the drugs from Freddie, and I promise I'll never be involved with drugs again. I love Carlton like a brother, and I know it seems that we are chalk and cheese most of the time, but I only tease him verbally. I'd never want to hurt him. Please, Will, you hurt me." There were no tears this time, but Will said all this whilst looking at the floor as he could not look at his uncle. Sigh. Uncle Phil looked down at Will. "Thank you for telling me the truth, Will. I will be having a discussion with Carlton about taking pills that he clearly didn't check what they were. I know he thought that they were vitamins but didn't check what he was taking, and he should know better than take something that he isn't sure of. I will also be talking to the parents, reminding them that I am, just this one time, prepared to not take any further with the school or the police file. I do expect them to ensure that their son know that this is a one-time deal, and if anything like this happens again, I will ensure that it gets prosecuted to the full extent of the law." Uncle Phil said, interrupting, "You're not gonna punish Carl for it. It was my mistake. Don't punish him for it. enough to make the right choices for himself, and so you and I suggest that you forget about how I help him those choices and concentrate on yourself. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Deciding that it was time, Uncle Phil said, "We'll stand up, turn left, drop your short and boxers and bend over and put your hands on the bed." Will's eyes bulged and he gulped as Uncle Phil was removing his leather belt as he was speaking. Will slowly stood up. Fought the urge to hold out door or tell his uncle he had no right to do this, but he suddenly got a picture in head of Carlton dead in the emergency room, and he knew that he deserved this. Will turned his back on his uncle and fumbled with the button and zip on his shorts. He then lowered his boxers, starting to sob quietly already, but he put both his hands firmly on bed. Uncle Phil heard Will's sobs. His eyes started to moisten over. He wiped his eyes and tried to harden his heart. He knew that Will need this, and he visualized Carlton's lifeless body in the morgue and Will behind bars in jail. He took a deep breath and stepped forwards and stood on Will's left-hand side. He pulled over the leather belt, ensuring that the buckle was safely in his large right hand. He rested his left hand gently on Will's back, both to provide Will's reassurance and to hold him firmly in place. "Will, this will hurt, but when it is over you will be fully forgiven. I want you to focus on letting all of your guilt go. Do you understand?" Will nodded his head. "I need verbal answer." Will sob, "Sir, I understand." Without further ado, Uncle Phil began. "Son, Will was determined that he was going to try and be stoic and an adult about his punishment, but the intensity of the first lash surprised him. Biting his lip, he waited for the next one. "Swat. Oh shit," thought Will. "That stings. How the hell am I going to cope with this?" Uncle Phil struck again. This time Will, as well as the Will, started crying out, "I'm sorry, Uncle Phil. Please stop. I can't take any more. Please. Please stop. I promise I will never let you down again." Philip was not immune to the young man's pleas, but he knew that he could stop just yet. He had intended to give 12 lashes as a suitable punishment, but he didn't think that he would reach that number now. However, he knew that he needed to push Will over his pain threshold to get him to really give in and to release the guilt. He decided that he would carry on but speed up pace. He could see the welts he had already made on Will's backside, and he didn't want to split the skin. He tried very hard to ensure that each swat was slightly lower than the last one, as he didn't want them to overlap. Phil thought himself, "Okay, just 3 more, but I'll make them faster and perhaps that will be enough." Swat, swat, swat. Will yelped loudly as each lash landed. He could not believe the fire his uncle was lighting in his backside, and as the 6th lash landed, he realized he really couldn't take any more. He had never been in so much pain, and it overwhelmed him so much so that he couldn't concentrate on anything else. Uncle Phil paused for a second and then felt Will give in. Before Will collapsed to his knees, Philip took his hand off Will's back and he put both hands around Will's waist. Philip quickly helped Will stand up and he turned him around to face him, helping Will to adjust his clothes. Will allowed his uncle to help him, feeling the pain increasing exponentially as his boxers touched the raw skin. Decided that he could cope with pulling his shorts 2 to the house for 2 weeks and your allowance is cut until then too. As the holidays are now here, you are only allowed out the house with your aunt or myself. Your aunt and your cousins will give you. Try and spend some of this time with them, and I'm sure that you will see that. Now why don't you take all the time you need to settle down and come down for dinner when you are ready? I'll get Jeffrey to save you open. That he kissed Will softly on the top of his head and give Will a quick squeeze on the top of his arms. He released him and walked out of the door. The sudden lost comfort left Will feeling initially, but when Will thought about his uncle's words, he smiled wryly. Reaching back to try and rub some of the sting out of his backside, he decided that it was far too early to touch it. He turned back to bed and slowly lowered himself down onto it so that he was laying face down. Although Will's backside was extremely sore, he found himself feeling very tired. The emotions of the day seemed to tire him out. He lay there trying to stay as still as possible to reduce the pain in his butt, and after approximately 15 minutes he was asleep. After dealing with Will, Philip had decided that he needed coffee and he needed to speak to Vivian before he dealt with Carlton. Going downstairs, he walked into the kitchen. Jeffrey watched Philip walk into the kitchen and sat down at the kitchen table looking completely drained. Jeffrey poured Philip the coffee and took over the table. "Your coffee, sir." Philip looked up surprised as he hadn't said a word yet. "Thank you, Jeffrey, but how did you know?" "I've worked for you for many years, sir, and I think I can tell when you need coffee. If you forgive me, sir, I'd like to say I think you are dealing with the situation with Masters William and Carlton just fine, sir. I know it's hard, but you are doing the right thing." Surprised that Jeffrey felt the need to offer comment, smiled half-hearted and said, "Thank you, Jeffrey, I truly hope so. Do you know where my wife is?" Jeff nodded. "Yes, sir, she took the children out for a trip to local donut store to say them hearing how you were dealing with Master William. She said that she would be back in an hour." With that, Jeff stepped away from Philip and returned to his housework duties in the main family room. Shortly afterwards, Philip heard car pull into the drive. Jeffrey also heard car and he went to open the front door. Seeing Jeffrey at the door, asked him if Philip was upstairs. Jeffrey replied, "Yes, madam, the master is in the kitchen and was looking for you." Vivian said, "Thanks you, Jeffrey," as she walked in the door, the others following her. Jeffrey closed the door and returned to the kitchen. Seeing that Vivian was standing comforting Master, he called gently, "Is there anything I can get you, sir?" "Madam." "No, thank you, Jeffrey, but could you ask Carlton to come in here, please?" "Certainly, sir," replied Jeffrey. Jeffrey proceeded to the family room where all three of the bank's children were sitting quietly. "Master Carlton, your father would like you to go and see him in the kitchen, please." Looking at the two girls, he said, "May I suggest, young ladies, that you make yourselves scarce? Miss Hillary, might I suggest that you take Mrs. Cook up to the summer house?" Hillary looked up at Jeffrey and once her wife nodded and started to leave the room with her sister. Before she went out the door, she stopped and asked softly, "Jeffrey, did Daddy kill Will?" "No, Miss Hillary. Father did not kill Master William. been talking and we would like to talk to you about why you took those pills. Would you please sit down and talk to us? Carlton sat down at the table. Thinking back to prom night, which was only a few days away, he began. Oh, I was at the prom and I was feeling tired. Was snoozing at the table and I saw Cindy get mad at me. I hate seemed to be getting gross too, so I approached him and said that I needed some vitamins he was taking. Did some vitamins taste wonderful, so I thought I'd just go and take a few of them. I took 3 because I really wanted an energy burst, and then you know the rest. He finished, his voice growing quitter. Did you look at the label on the bottle, young man? No sir. I didn't think about it. After all, why will have drugs in his water? He's not like that. He had some vitamins the other day and I thought that I was taking them, he said quietly. Carl, please go and wait in your mother and I need to talk. Yes, Dad. Carlton walked off and walked up the stairs to his room. He remembered hearing "go and wait in your room" from a long time ago, and it was looking like it was going to have the same ending. The only difference this time was that he didn't think that he had done anything wrong. And what do you think? I still think that Carl needs to be punished to reinforce the need to check the bottle. Any pill he takes is spoiled. When it is not something he has been prescribed correctly, honey, I agree with you. I am just worried about how it's best to tackle it. I know you used your belt on Will and it was really hard on both of you, but appropriate as did need to deal with the guilt he felt about the situation. However, I don't think that Carlton will feel guilty of his part in this, and he may not understand why you feel need to physically punish him. After all, he nearly died. I know that I have no intention of using my belt on Carlton. I was thinking of just using my hand, but do you think that Carlton will react and understand, or will he just hate me? Philip, Carlton is your son. He idolizes you and nothing you do or say would change that. He needs you to set boundaries for him with consequences if necessary to keep him safe. I know that is a very long time since you thanked any of our children, but I think that if you follow your heart you will judge it correctly at the time. I love you, honey. Now go and deal with Carlton before he has a meltdown. Kissing his wife gently on the lips, Philip proceeded up to Carlton's room. Philip was passing Will's room when he decided to stop and check in on Will, as he had not heard or seen him. He knocked gently. Not hearing any response, he cracked the door open slightly and saw the lying face down, head facing the door, but he was asleep, his upper body rising and falling slowly with his breathing. Phil could see that the breathing was regular and not hitched, so he closed the door, promising himself to check again on the way downstairs. Philip continued on to Carlton's room. Knocking on Carlton's door, he heard come and he opened the door and went into the room. Carlton was sitting on his bed. "Hey Dad, am I in trouble?" Philip looked at his son incredulously and remembered Vivian's words. "Yes, son. You are in a bit of trouble, but I can see you don't understand why. Let me take a seat and we'll discuss." Phil grabbed the desk chair and moved it across the room so that he could sit on it facing open. "Son, do you remember the lessons you had at school I was taking vitamin and they are not illegal. If it has been anyone else, Philip would thought that person was being facetious, but Carlton was quite calm and was clearly not trying to con his father. Philip sighed, knowing how best to put things so that he would understand. He sat quietly for a moment, then he said, Carlton, you both had a medical condition that was the same as someone else. If they offered you their prescription pills, would you consider taking one? No, sir, of course not. At last thought Philip, we might be there. Why, son? He asked. Well, sir, doctors prescribe pills to someone knowing that they work for a particular problem, and they also know the person's medical history, so they are also aware of what the person might be allergic to. Thinking about what he just said, Carlton suddenly realized that his father was talking to him. I'm sorry, I understand now. You are mad at me because I didn't read the label of the pill pot. Vitamins would be clearly labeled as such, so I would have put down at least that I didn't know what the pot contained, so I probably wouldn't have taken pills. It's my fault I ended up in hospital, isn't it? I'm sorry I worried you, Mom. Carlton sat back on his bed and brought his knees up to his chest and hugged them. He started rocking backwards and forwards, and he was crying. It's his fault, he was stupid, he could have died. Philip was momentarily stunned that Carlton understood so quickly and was looking at the floor so he could see Carlton rocking backwards and forwards. He looked up and saw Carlton, and he immediately rushed over and pulled Carlton's arms away from his knees, and for the second time that day he pulled a young man into his arms. SSH, son, it's okay, I never meant to scare you. He whispered whilst holding his son tightly and rocking him like he did when he was little. Carlton hugged his father back, and when sobs slowed, Carlton said, Dad, I'm sorry I get him drowned again. Philip smiled, realizing that whatever happened next, Carlton would accept and be okay. Yes, son, you are grounded. Now I am glad that you understand why I was concerned, but there is something else we need to discuss, young man. Try to cover for Will. Why? You should have trusted your mother and I. You were lucky this time. Things could have been so different. Also tried to cover for his friends, the one who gave him the drug. Now I am proud of you for feeling so loyal to your cousin, but you should have trusted your mother and I. Loyalty is fine, but not if it is at risk of concealing the truth. I'm sorry, Dad. I was worried that as Will is always getting in trouble that you might have thought that this was the final straw and sent him away from here. I knew that Will was feeling guilty. I didn't want him to feel any worse. You are right, though. I should have trusted in your judgment. I'm sorry, sir. Philip nodded, accepting Carlton's apology. Son, you know that Will was punished severely because of his involvement in this dawn. Do you think that you should be off scotch-free? No, sir. Probably not. You already said that I was grounded. Carlton, I know that's been a long time, but what I have done if you were younger. You would have spanked me, but Dad, I'm too old to be spanked. Real, said Philip, do you really think so? You think that being grounded for a few weeks is punishment enough for putting your family through all this worry? I thought that you were going to die, so did your mother, and so did your sisters. Philip knew that this time he was deliberately putting pressure on Carlton to see his point of view, but he really did want Carlton to understand he was going to spank him anyway, as he felt that was necessary, but he wanted Carlton to at least accept that it wasn't an unfair punishment. Carlton looked straight in his father's eye and saw love there, not anything else. He also knew that his father had never been unfair or harsh in his life when it came to disciplining his children. He reviewed his father's points. Carlton had taken a couple of pills that couldn't identify which had nearly killed him. He concealed information in an attempt to protect his cousin, and by doing both these acts by choice he caused worry in those that loved him and had not trusted his father enough to be honest up front, and that was not like him. Reluctantly he came to the conclusion that his father was right. He did deserve spanking, he just didn't want one. Well, you're supposed to, or you have, all that is the point of them. Philip sat back watching Carlton's face twitching slightly as he could almost see the cogs in his son's brain working things out. For a few minutes Carlton looked him in the eye and said, "Dad, I do accept that I probably do deserve a spanking, I just don't want one." "You're not supposed to want one, that's what makes them so effective, son. Let's get this over and shouted." Philip encouraged Carlton to get up and sat back more comfortably on the bed. "Some pants down, please." Carlton, looking horrified at first, shook his head. "Son, I'm not going to tell you again." And now the last word, a much louder tone, had Carlton fumbling with his pant button and zip. Let his hands fall down to his knees and looked back as his dad silently asking if the father had to go too. Philip shook his head and pulled Carlton over knees onto his lap. Raising his right hand high in the air, he began swatting, starting quite the swat. Out. Swat. Out. Ouch, swat. Out, swat. Philip began hitting harder. Swat out, swat out, swat out. Swat out. Swat. Outie, Dad, IP promised he could PL, please stop. Seeing that he had reached Carlton's main threshold, Philip decided to stay at that intensity and started again, only tending to do 20 swats anyway. He wanted to get him over and done with, so swatted hard and fast. Swat out, swat out, swatter, swat. Iraq, swat, art, swat, art, swatter, swat, art, swat, and swat being the last and the hardest by far. Carlton screamed and then lay limply on his father's lap, sobbing uncontrollably. Philip rubbed his son's back gently, waiting for Carlton to calm down. Whilst he was rubbing Carlton's back, he was talking to him. S.H. son, it's all over now. You are forgiven. Saying the same thing over and over until Carlton calmed down, and it was just the occasional sob. Philip helped his son stand up and pulled him to him. Carlton accepted the hug gratefully. Unlike Will, he was more comfortable showing his feeling towards his father. The hug lasted a few minutes before Carlton realized he was still standing there in his boxers and pulled back. Not wanting to pull up his pants yet, he kicked them up, but he still felt embarrassed about standing around his boxers with his dad in the room. Philip, sensing Carlton's discomfort, hugged his son quickly and said, "You were grounded to the house for a week and your allowance is cut the same amount of time." You are not allowed out of the house unless it is with your mother or myself. Are we clear about this? Yes, sir. Take a little time to get yourself together and then come downstairs for dinner. Jeffrey is saving something for Will. I'll get him to do the same for you. I love you, son. Love you too, Dad, was the reply. Phil then left the room and headed downstairs. Alcohol was what he needed now. Chapter 2. Philip walked slowing into the family room and found Vivian standing there already with hand up, stretched and in a tumbler of rye and ice. Philip gratefully accepted the glass at her side. Thank you, honey, he said. I forgot how emotionally draining it is to discipline the kids. I know, honey, replied Vivian, but they both needed it. God, Phil, I was so scared when we got the call to go to the emergency room. Philip opened his arms and Vivian leaned faithfully into him and they hugged each other tightly. I was scared too, said Philip. Let's sit down, shall we? Both Vivian and Philip walked over and sat next to each other on the sofa. Vivian cuddling up to Philip, resting her head on him, she said, do you know where Lori and Ashley are? I've not seen them for a while. I think that Jeffrey may have suggested they go elsewhere, honey, so that they wouldn't hear me dealing with the boys. Jeffrey, he bellowed. Yes, sir, you bellowed, said Jeffrey. Yes, Jeffrey, where are my girls? I suggested that they go and stay in the summer house, sir. I didn't think you'd want them hearing what was going on upstairs. Shall I fetch them? Yes, please. Jeffrey went to fetch the girls. Whilst he was gone, Philip thought to himself, how am I going to handle questions they ask? Vivian, seeing Philip's brow raised, said, what up, honey? Just thinking, how am I going to answer the girls' questions? I don't want to embarrass the boys. Oh, honey, let's see if they ask anything first, and we can gauge it from there. Is it okay? Softly spoke the question from the kitchen. Yes, it's okay. Lori and Ashley walked into the room and stood awkwardly near the smaller second sofa. Please sit down, girls, we want to speak to, said Vivian. Both girls sat down quietly. Ashley sat down on the sofa and kept looking down at her feet with her hands in her lap. Baby, what's up? Said Philip. Hillary told me off for asking questions about why you were mad at Will and Carlton, and I thought you were going to mad at me too, said Ashley. Philip looked quickly at Ashley, then addressed her parents. I was only trying to explain that it wasn't any of our business, Abby. The girl said, Vivian. Your father and I have always tried to be open and honest with you children. If you have questions or worries about anything, we would prefer that you ask them rather than making any assumptions. Do you have anything you want to ask us before we discuss what has happened over the last few days? Ashley looked up at her mother and father and nodded. Are Will and Carlton okay? Daddy was awfully mad. Ashley, honey, Will and Carlton will be okay. They have been through difficult few days, and yes, I have had the sort of discussion you think I have had with them. But they survived it, and we will not be talking about it anymore. He looked at Hillary and said, darling, thank you for trying to be a good elder sister, but I don't have any problems with any of you asking questions. Look, girls, were worried that we were going to send him back to Philadelphia because of what happened to Carlton, and he also was worried that you would hate him for endangering your brother. I want you to spend some time with him, please, when he is ready to pick a family, so you can prove to him that you forgive him. I do not want you disturbing him. Please just let him come down when he's ready, but your mother and I'd like you to treat him normal, please. If he wants to talk to you, he will. It may seem awkward at first as he still feel guilty, but I'm trusting and expecting you to both make him understand just how much you love him. As to Carlton, I expect you to treat your brother normally, but I do not want either of you teasing him about taking drugs. He will share what he wants with you, and I expect you to be supportive. Please remember he has had a real scare and may not himself. Now I have a question. Do either or you know Freddie's surname? Oh, I think it's Phillips. You know Doug Phillips' son from the country club, said Hillary. Okay, thank you, he said Philip. Do either of you have anything else you want to add? No, Daddy, can I go, please? Said Hillary. Yes, you can go, Ashley. No, Daddy, I don't think so. Can I go, please? Yes, okay, hon. Philip sat back on the sofa and looked at his wife. Well, that went well, I think. Did it? Yeah, Philip. I think girls understand, but they both check in on their mother, and will she chuckled. Philip smelled Riley, yet I think they do. Do you know Doug Phillips? No, but I think I've spoken to his wife at the club. Vivian replied. I can't remember her name though. Phil. Jeffrey. Yes, sir. Can you get me the number of the country club secretary from Rolodex, please? Certainly, sir. Jeffrey returned a few minutes later with a card from the Rolodex. Shall I dial for you, sir? No, it's okay. Jeffrey. Jeff went to walk back to the kitchen. Jeff, thank you for suggesting girls were out of the house earlier. I didn't think of that, and it was very considerate of you. Not at all, sir, was the reply as he walked away. Philip dialed the country club number. Yes, it's Doug Travers available, please. It's Phil, thanks. A few moments passed. Help, Philip. How's the family? Vivian's light radiant still, I hope. Hello, Duncan. Yes, the family is well, and Vivian is radiant as ever. Thank you for asking. I was wondering if you could repeat, please, Duncan. I was hoping to be able to bump into Doug Phillips. Do you know him? Do you know when he might be coming into the club? Doug Phillips. I don't think he is regular. Only comes in occasionally, I think. Well, except for the main functions, of course. Can get you his number, though. Any reason why you need to talk to him? I need an assistant. No, Duncan, it's okay. I just want to have a chat about his son as something that happened at school, of course. I'm grateful to have his number, though. Sure, Philip, I think that's okay. He's not had any lock put on his number being given out to other members, as you know is his right to do so. I'll just get it for you. Please bear with me, Philip. Duncan tapped a few commands into his computer and brought up the membership file. Okay then, Philip, it's 555-472. Taking deep breath, Philip picked up the telephone again and dialed the number he hadn't given. The telephone rang 3 times before it was picked up. Philip residence. Ah yes. May I speak to Mr. Phillips, please? It's Philip that's calling. One moment please, Mr. Hanks, said Jeffrey, as counterpart. Approximately 30 seconds passed before deep voice answered Douglas. What can I do for you, Mr. Banks? Mr. Phipps. I am the father of Carlton Banks and the guardian of William Smith. They are friends of yours, Freddie, I believe. There has been an incident at school and I was wondering if we could get together and discuss it, please. What kind of incident? He hasn't mentioned anything. Perhaps he could discuss it in person, please, Mr. Phillips. I'd be happy to meet you at the country club or either or you home if you'd prefer. It's a little delicate, said Philip. Okay, Mr. Banks. Well, since I do know what it is about, yet say it is a delicate matter, I am happy to meet you here as I do not work at the country club all that much. Would you like to come over tomorrow morning, say around 11? We live 4217 Crest Avenue. Thank you, Mr. Phillips. That time is acceptable. I will see you then. Goodbye, sir. Meanwhile, Hillary softly knocked on Carlton's bedroom door. Hearing no response, she gently opened the door and poked her head around it. Carlton, are you okay? She asked softly. Go away, Hillary. Dad made his point. I don't need you to as well. Hillary sighed. She was going to leave into it, but she had the almost silent sob Carlton and she could help herself. She wasn't always as self-centered. She cared deeply about his little brother. Carlton, I'm not going to have a go at you, she said as she approached. Seeing him laying face down with his head on one side, she sat down on the bed softly and began stroking his head gently. Carlton surprised that his sister's touch turned his head towards her. Daddy had one of those type of discussions with you then. You're not the only one, you know. Carlton turned onto his side, hissing at pain caused at that movement. What, don't tell me he spanked you too, Hillary. I'm 18, I know, made a mistake, but I haven't been spanked since I was about 12. It's humiliating. Carlton, you know why he did it, don't you? We were all really scared. But Mom and Dad especially so, and I know that you know that. I'll tell you something, but I need you to promise me that you will not tell anyone else. Okay, Hillary, I promise. It's not that long ago Daddy spanked me too, and I'm 2 years older than you. He reserves it for really serious issues now we are older. But like you, I knew that I messed up and I deserved it, and it did help me deal with the guilt I felt in disappointing Mom and Dad. Hillary, I think now that. Yes, well, it's not something you broadcast, is it? No, don't worry, I won't tell so. Yes, well, anyway, I just wanted to let you know that it is okay for you to accept that kind of discipline and that it will help you. Mom and Dad and Ashley and I forgive you now, you just need to forgive Will A.N.S. yourself. Better go before Daddy finds me in here. By the way, Mom has some cold cream that works great on a sunbun put it on. Tell her I told you. It's on her dressing sound of her father's voice. "Your room, young lady," said sternly. Hillary nodded and hurried onto her room, hearing the father's steps behind her. Did or did I not say leave the boys alone, Hillary? Yes, Daddy, you did. I just wanted to see if Carlton was okay. I wasn't teasing him, I promise. I'm sorry I disobeyed you. Hillary, sweetheart, I overheard a little bit of what you said to your brother as I was at the top of the stairs. I was coming up to check on the boys as they had not appeared downstairs yet. I understand and appreciate you wanting to do the big sister thing, but I told you girls to leave the boys alone so that they could decide when to engage with the family. Neither of them is confined to their rooms. I was trying to give them space to deal with how they were disciplined, as it's a long time since they were disciplined that way, and both of them thought that they were past that type of disciplinary consequence. And no, that is not true. If I think that the situation warrants it, then I will continue to discipline my children or those under my care all the time that they are on my roof. I do so because I love them. Do you understand? Yes, Daddy, I'm sorry. Do not do it again, young lady. I need you to trust your mother and me, and when I tell you to do or not do something, I expect you to listen. Come here. Billy approached me father warily. He was aware that back then when she was near enough, he grabbed me right arm and turned her to the left. He landed a hard swat to the rear with his right hand. Now Philip turned Hillary back towards him and pulled her into a hug. That's disobeying me, Hillary. Honey, I love you. You can do the big sister thing with Carlton and Will, but make sure that when they decide to come out of their room, okay? Yes, good girl. Now I'm going to check on Will and Carlton. Can you go and find Ashley? Make sure that she is aware of this, please. Yes, sir, I will. Like Hillary's room and now being near Will's room, he decided to check on him first. He knocked gently on the door. Come in, was the slightly muffled reply. Philip entered the room. Will had awoken only a few minutes ago and was lying face down on his bed. He tried to turn over when he first woke up, but the extreme amount of pain he felt had discouraged him from trying to move just yet. When Philip entered the room, Will turned his head to who had come into the room. "Well, I've just come in to see how you are. You sit up, please." "Oh, Phil, I yawned. He really won my backside smarts, you know." "Well, it's supposed to them was sitting on it part of..." Much poorer family situations. They had just finished their calls when there was a knock on the door. "Come in, Mr. Phillips." We're working things out. After a few minutes, Carlton looked him in the eye and said, "Yeah, I do accept that I probably deserve a spanking, I just don't want one." "You're not supposed to want one, that's what makes him so effective, son. Let's get this over with, shall we?" Philip encouraged Carlton to get up and then sat back more comfortably on the bed. "Son, pants down, please." Carlton, being horrified at first, shook his head. "Son, I'm going to tell you again. Pant down now." The last word, a much louder tone, had Carlton fumble with his pant buttons unzipped, let his pants fall down to his knees, and looked back as his dad silently asking if the boxer to go too. Philip shook his head and pulled Carlton over his knees onto his lap. Raising his right hand high in the air, he began swatting, starting quite hard. Swat, up, swat, out, swat, swat, ouch, swat, out. Philip began hitting harder. Swat, swat, out, swat, out, swat, ouch, swat, ouch. "Dad, I need this to be, need help, please." Seeing that had reached Carlton's pain threshold, Philip decided to stay in that intensity and started again, only tending to when he swatted, he wanted to get them over and done with, so he swatted hard and fast. Swat, ouch, swat, ouch, swat, erg, swat, arack, swat, arg, swat, erg, swat, erg, swat, arg, swat, and swat being last and the hardest by far. Carlton screamed and then lay limply on his father's lap, sobbed uncontrollably. Philip rubbed his son's back gently, waiting. Philip rubbed his back gently, waiting for Carlton to calm down. Whilst he was rubbing Carlton's back, he was talking to him. "SH, son, it's all over now. You are given." Philip kept saying the same thing over and over until Carlton calmed down, and it was just occasional sob. Philip helped his son stand up and pulled him to him. Carlton accepted the hug gratefully until he was more comfortable showing his feeling towards his father. The hug lasted a few minutes before Carlton realized he's still standing there in his boxers, and he pulled back. Not wanting to pull his pants yet, he kicked them off, but he still felt embarrassed about standing around in his boxers with his dad in the room. Phil, sensing Carlton's discomfort, hugged his son gently and said, "You are grounded to the house for a week and your allowance is cut for the same amount of time. You are not allowed of the house unless it is with your mother or myself. Are we clear about this?" "Yes, sir." "A little time to get yourself together and come downstairs for dinner. Jeffrey saving something for a while. I'll get him to do the same for you."
"Love you, son." "Love you too," was the reply. Philip left the room and headed downstairs. Alcohol was what he needed now.
Chapter 2. Philip walked slowing into the family room, found Vivian standing there already with hand out, stretched in it a tumbler rye and ice. Philip gratefully accepted the glass with a sigh. "Thank you, honey," he said. "I forgot how emotionally draining is disciplining the kids." "I know, honey," replied Vivian, "but they've needed it." "God, Phil, I was so scared when we got the call to go to the emergency room." Philip opened his arms and Vivian leaned gratefully into him, and they hugged each other tightly. "I was scared," said Philip. "Let's sit down, shall we?" Both Vivian and Philip went over and sat next to each other on the sofa, Vivian cuddling up to Philip, resting her head on him. She said, "You know where Hillary and Ashley are? I've not seen them for a while. I think that Jeffrey may have suggested they go elsewhere, honey, so that they would hear me dealing with the boys." Jeffrey, he bellowed. "Yes, sir," he bellowed, said Jeffrey. "Yes, Jeffrey, where are my girls? I suggested that they go and stay in the summer house, sir. I didn't think that you'd want hearing what was going on upstairs. Shall I fetch them?" "Yes, please." Jeffrey went to fetch the girls. Whilst he was gone, Philip thought to himself, "How am I going to handle the questions asked?" Vivian, see Philip's brow raised, said, "What's up, honey?" "Just thinking how I'm going to answer the girls' questions. I don't want to embarrass the boys." Oh honey, let's see if they add anything first and then we can gauge it from there. Daddy, is it okay to come in? Was softly spoken question from the kitchen. Yes, it's okay. Hillary and Ashley walked to the room and stood awkwardly near the small second sofa. Sit down girls, we want to speak to you, said Vivian. Both girls sat down quietly. Ashley sat down on the sofa and kept looking down her feet with her hands in her lap. Baby, what's up? Said Philip. Hillary told me off for asking question about why you were mad at Will and Carlton. I thought you were going to be mad at me too, said Ashley. Hillary looked quickly at Ashley but then addressed her parents. I was only trying to explain that it wasn't any of our business, Daddy. Look girl, said Vivian. Your father and I have always tried to be open and honest with you children. If you have questions or queries about anything, we would prefer that you ask them rather than making any assumption. Do you have anything you want to ask us before we discuss what has happened in the last few days? Ashley looked up at her mother and father nodded. Are Will and Carlton okay? Daddy was awfully mad. Ashley honey, and Carlton will be okay. They have through a difficult few days, and yes, I have the sort of discussion you think I have had with them. But they have survived and we will not be talking about it anymore. He looked at Hillary and said, darling, thank you for trying to be a good elder sister. I don't have any problems with any of you asking questions. Girls, Will was worried that we were going to send him back to Philadelphia because it happened to Carlton, and he also was worried that you would hate him for endangering you. I want you to spend some time with him, please, when he is ready to face the family, so that you prove to him that you do forgive him. I do not want you disturbing him. Please just let him come down when he is with your mother, and I would like you to treat normally, please. If he wants to talk to you, he will. It may seem awkward at first as he may still feel guilty, but I am trusting and expecting you to both make him understand just how much you love him. At Carlton, I expect you to treat your brother normally, but I do not want either you teasing him about taking drugs. He will share what he wants to with you, and I expect you to be supportive. Please remember he has had a real scare, may not be himself. Now I have a question. Do either or know Freddie's surname? Oh, I think it's Phillips. You know Phillips' son from the country club, said Hillary. Okay, thanks honey, said Philip. Do you have anything else you want to add? No, Daddy, can I please? Said Hillary. Yes, you can go, Ashley. Daddy, I don't think so. Can I go, please? Yes, okay, honey. Philip sat back on sofa and looked at his wife. Well, that went well, I think, didn't it? Yes, Philip, I think our girls understand, but I bet they both checked in on brother and Will, she chuckled. Philip smiled wryly, yet I think they do. Do you know Phillips? No, but I've spoken to his wife at the club. He replied, I can't remember her name, Philip. Jeffrey. Yes, sir. Can you get me the number of the country club secretary from the Rolodex, please? Certainly, sir. Jeffrey returned moments later with a card from the Rolodex. Shall I dial for you, sir? No, that's okay, Jeffrey. Jeffrey went to walk back to the kitchen. Jeffrey, thank you for suggesting girls were out of the house earlier. I didn't think about that, and it was very considerate of you. Not at all, sir, the reply as he walked away. Philip dialed the country club low. Oh yes, is Duncan Traverse available, please? It's Phil Banks. A few moments passed. Hello, Philip. How's the family? Vivian's quite radiant, still hope. Hello, Duncan. Yes, the family is well, and Vivian is radiant as ever. Thank you for asking. I was wondering if you'd help me, please, Duncan. I was hoping to be able to bump into Doug Phillips. Do you know him? Do you know when he might be coming into the bar? Doug Phillips. I don't think he is a regular. Only comes in occasionally, I think. Well, except for the main functions of court. I can get you his number. Any reason why you need to talk to him? Can I be of assistance? No, Duncan, it's okay. I just want to have a chat with him about his son, something that happened at school with the boys. I'd be grateful to have his number though. Sure, Philip, I think that's okay. He's not had any block, but his number being given out to other members, you know, is his right to do so. I'll get it for you. Please bear with me, Philip. Duncan tapped a few commands into his computer and brought up the membership file. Okay then, Philip, it's 555-4782. Please let me know if I be of any assistance. Give my bet to Vivian, won't you please? Certainly will, thank you, Duncan. Philip rang off. Duncan sends his best to you, Vivian, he said to his wife. Oh, that's nice, was the reply. Taking deep breath, Philip picked up the telephone again and dialed a number he had been given. The telephone rang 3 times before it was picked up. Phil's residence. Oh yes, may I speak to Mr. Phillips please? It's Philip Banks calling. One moment please Mr. Banks, said Jeffrey's counterpart. Approximately 30 seconds passed before a deep voice answered. Phillips, what can I do for you, Mr. Banks? Mr. Phillips, I am the father of Carl Banks and the guardian of William Smith. They are friends of your son Freddie, I believe. There has been an incident at school and I was wondering if we could get together and discuss it please. What kind of incident? Freddie hasn't mentioned anything. Perhaps we could discuss it in person, Mr. Phillips. I'd be happy to meet at the country club or either my or your if you prefer. It's a little delicate, said Philip. Oh, Mr. Banks, well, since I don't know what it is about yet you say it is a delicate matter, I am happy to meet you as I do not frequent the country club that much. Would you like come over tomorrow morning, say around 11? We live at 4217 Hillcrest Avenue. Thank you, Mr. Phillips. That time acceptable. I will see you then. Goodbye, sir. Meanwhile, Hillary Slee knocked on Carlton's bedroom door. Hearing no response, she gently opened the door and poked her head around it. Carlton, are you okay? She asked softly. Go away, Hillary. Dad, at his point, I don't need you to as well. Hillary sighed. She's going to leave him to it, but she had the most silent sob Carlton made and should help herself. She wasn't all as self-centered, she cared deeply about her little brother. Carl, I'm not going to have a go at you, she said. She approached. Seeing him laying face down with his head on one side, she sat down on the bed softly and began stroking his head gently. Carlton, surprised at his sister's touch, turned his head towards her. Daddy had one of those type of discussions with you then. You're not the only one, you know. Carlton turned to his side, hissing at the pain caused at the movement. What, don't tell me he spanked you too, Hillary. I'm 18, I made a mistake, but I haven't been spanked since I was about 12. It's humiliating. Carlton, you know he did it, don't you? We were all real scared. But Mom and Dad especially so, and I know that you know that. I'll tell you something, but I need you to promise me that you will not tell anyone else. Okay, Harry, I promise. It's not that long ago Daddy spanked me and I'm 2 years older than you. He only reserves it for really serious issues. Now we are older, but I knew that I messed up and I deserved, and it did help me deal with the guilt I've been disappointing Mom and Dad. Wow, Hillary, I didn't know that. Yes, well, it's not something broadcast, is it? No, don't worry, I won't tell a soul. Yes, well, anyway, I just wanted to let you know that it is okay for you to accept that kind of discipline and that it will help you cope. Mom and Dad and Ashley and I love you now. You just need to forgive Will as yourself. I bet go before Daddy find me in here. By the way, Mom has some cold cream, works great on a sore butt, but don't tell her I told you. It's our dressing table left side.
Philip had finished his conversation with Mr. Phillips and had decided to pop and check on the boys. Hillary rubbed her brother's head lightly and then quietly left the room and turned left to go to her room. The hem was the sound she heard before she got more than 5 feet. Hillary gulped at the sound of her father's voice. Room, young lady, he said sternly. Hillary nodded and carried on to her, hearing her father's steps behind her. Did I or did I not say leave boys alone, Hillary? Daddy, you did. I just wanted to say Carlton was okay. I wasn't teasing, I promise. I'm sorry I disobeyed you. Hillary, sweetheart, I overheard a little bit of what you said to your brother as I was at the top of the stairs. I was coming up to check on both boys as they had not appeared downstairs yet. I understand and appreciate wanting to do the big sister thing, but I told you girls to leave the boys alone so that they could decide when to re-engage with the fleet. Neither of them is kind to their rooms. I was trying to give them space to deal with how they were disciplined. It's a long time since they were disciplined in May, and both of them thought that they were past the disciplinary consequence. As you know, that is not true. I think that the situation warrants it, then will continue to discipline my children when under my care all the time that they are under my roof. I do so because of them. Do you understand? Yes, Daddy, I'm sorry. Do not do it again, young lady. I need to trust your mother in me, and when I tell you to or not do something, I expect you to listen. Come here. Hillary approached her father warily. He's aware of that fact, and when she was near enough, grabbed her right arm and turned her to the left. He landed a hard swat to her ear with his hand. Ow! Philip turned Hillary back towards him and pulled her in hug. That's for disobeying me, Hillary. Honey, I love you and can do the big sister thing with Carlton, but make sure that it is when they decide to come out of their rooms, okay? You're a good girl. Now I'm going to check Will and Carlton. Can you go and find Ashley and make sure that she is aware of the rule, please? Yes, sir, I will. Philip left Hillary's room. Now being nearer to Will's room, he decided to on him first. Keep gently on the door, come in, was the slightly muffled reply. Philip entered the room. Will had awoken a few minutes ago and he is lying face down still on his bed. He tried to tell her when he first woke up, but the extreme amount of pain he felt had discouraged him from trying to move just yet. Philip entered the room. Will turned his head to who had come into the room. I've just come in to see how you are. Will you see, please? Uncle Phil, do you really want to my backside parts, you know? Well, it's so to, and the sitting on it is part of the punishment. You are lucky. A day you were spanked and then expected to sit in the corner or at desk writing lines, and the letters in those days were hard wooden ones with notions. Now sit up, please, I want to talk to you. Will reluctantly slowly rolled over onto the side and then tried to ease himself into a sit position. He could not believe that his side smarted so much from only 6 inches of the belt. He certainly didn't want any more, so whilst he sat up, he tried to sit still facing his uncle. Phil grabbed the desk chair and dragged it into the middle of the room and sat down opposite Will. Will, I've spoken to the girls and gotten Freddie's surname, and I will be going over to meet with his father in the morning to discuss Freddie's part in this whole fiasco. I just wanted you to know that I will, as I said, and will make every effort to keep away from the school. Now, apart from your sore backside, how do you feel? Will looked his uncle directly in the eyes, and apart from fidgeting a little on bed due to the discomfort in his rear, he found he could hold his uncle's gaze. Actually, Uncle Phil, whilst I still feel a bit guilty, I do feel better. Is Carlton mad at me because you spanked him? No, Will, I don't think so, but now that you are both awake, why don't you at him? Dinner is not ready just yet. If you feel up to it, please downstairs. I think both of the girls want to check that you are okay, and I've told them not to both either of you. If you still want some time to get yourself together, I'll send Jeffrey up some food and a drink, but I want you breakfast, do you understand? Yes, sir, I understand. Can you send Jeffrey up with some food, please? I don't want to face anyone yet. I'll check in with Carlton, though, if he will speak to him. Okay, Will, I'll let Jeffrey to bring you something up soon. I love you, Will. We will get this, you know. Thanks, Uncle Phil. I love you too. From 217, Hillcrest Avenue, before 11 the next morning. Ding, dong. The front door was opened by Mr. Phil Butler. Good morning, sir. How may I help you? My name is Philip Banks and I have an appointment with Mr. Phillips at 11 o'clock. Yes, sir. Please come. I believe the master is expecting you. Philip entered the door and waited for the butler to lead him to Mr. Phillips. My name is Daniels, sir, said the butler. Can I get anything for you before I take you through to the master? No, thank you, Daniels. Very well, sir. Please follow me. They walked through the house down a long corridor with dark walnut clad on the walls. Daniel stopped and knocked on the study door before opening it. Mr. Banks to you, sir. Thank you, Daniels, replied Mr. Phillips. Good morning, Mr. Banks. Take a seat, said Mr. Phillips, gesturing to a comfortable set of soft red leather chairs. Can I get you anything, Mr. Banks, before we sit down? Coffee would be, said Philip, sitting down. Daniels, please bring us both some coffee. Yes, of course, sir, said Butler, retreating from the study, closing the wooden door on his way out. Well, now, Mr. Banks, you said you had a delicate matter to discuss that occurred at my son's school. I have spoken with Frederick and he hasn't mentioned anything. What did you want to talk about? Mr. Phillips, began Philip. Please call him Arthur, interrupted Mr. Phillips. Very well, Arthur, and my son Carlton ended up hospital with a drug overdose after the other night. He thought were vitamin pills he borrowed from Guardian Will's locker. These pills, though, were not vitamin pills, they were LCD, commonly known on the street as speed. Will given these pills by your son Freddie when he expressed to him that he was having trouble staying awake and he put them in his locker. Mr. Banks, are you accusing son of drug dealing? Arthur, I am not accusing your son of dealing, but I am certainly trying to bring to your attention that your son is involved handing out drugs in school. If he was found with them on him, he most certainly would be arrested and charged with dealing those. I understand, Phil, that there was no attempt by your son to gain any money for the drugs and he has not missed Freddie dealing with other students. However, that does not excuse son from being in possessions of drugs and flash or sharing them around with his school friends. Now, I made a promise to the boys that I would try and keep this at school, and that is why I am talking to you about it. But should you fail to act, then I am afraid that I will have to speak to the principal and police, as I will not allow my family or anyone else to be put at risk. Carlton could have died. Mr. Banks, please call me Philip. Thank you, Philip. I am very very sorry that Carlton ended up in hospital. I can assure you that I do not condone anyone being involved with either taking or dealing in drugs. I am very ashamed that my son may be involved. I am also very concerned that my son thinks it is okay to lie my face about the whole situation too. I promise you I will take it with him. In fact, I would appreciate your assistance with questioning him if you have to. As a judge, you are probably more adept at telling whether or not someone is telling you a bare-faced lie. Would you consent to stay a while whilst I question my son about the whole situation? If you would like me to then I will. There was a knock in the door and it opened and Daniels walked in a tray with the coffee, milk, cream, sugar, and a selection of croissants. He placed it on the small coffee table in between the leather armchair and handed both gentlemen a cotton napkin. Thank you, Daniels. Would you please find Master Frederick and Adam to come to my study immediately? Certainly, sir. Is there anything else I can get you? No, thank you, Daniels. Very good, sir, Daniels said, retreating from the room. Have one of these croissants, Philip. Daniels makes these and they're fabulous. Thank you, sir, said Philip, reaching for a cup of coffee and a croissant. The two spent the next 20 minutes enjoying coffee and croissants whilst reminiscing about how their fathers would have disciplined them, both men discovering that they were both brought up in very similar circumstances and poorer family situations. They had just finished their coffees. There was a knock on the door. Come in, said Mr. Phillips. Frederick entered the study. Recognizing Mr. Banks, he wondered why he was in his father's study. Daniels said, "You asked to see me, sir," he said, approaching his father. "Yes, Frederick. This is Mr. Banks, Carlton's father, and Will Smith's guardian. I understand that you know them both from school." "Yes, sir. Mr. Banks." "Hello, Frederick," replied Philip. "Son, please take a seat. I have a few questions for you." "Yes," said Freddie, sitting down. "Frederick, do you remember I asked a question last night if you knew why Mr. Banks wanted to speak to me and you said you've no idea?" "Yes, sir." "Do you also remember asking you if you knew anything about an incident at school?" "Yes, sir." "Why are you lying to me, son?" "I'm not, Dad. I don't know Mr. Banks is here or anything about an incident at school." Frowning, Art looked at his son and then addressed Philip. "Judge Banks, would you like to ask me questions you have of my son?" Freddie gulped. Suddenly he had an idea what this might be about, but surely Will wouldn't have ratted him out. Noticing the boy gulp, Phil began. "Frederick, are you aware that Carlton ended up in the emergency room after the prom a few nights ago?" "No, sir," Freddie answered honestly. He didn't. He was a bit high at the prom and had pulled his girlfriend outside for a workout session when the paramedics' sirens had heard. His girlfriend was a bit high too, so she didn't complain. Realizing that Fred was telling the truth, Philip continued. "Well, he did. Apparently Carlton was feeling a bit run down, so he borrowed what he thought was some vitamins from his Will's locker. Care to guess what those vitamins were, son?" Freddie down, realizing that he was dead. Will clearly hadn't exactly ratted him, but the judge obviously knew what the drugs were. He knew had become too complacent with taking the speed, but since everyone around him was also taking, he didn't think it was a problem to pass it on. After all, he reasoned, "It's not like I am selling it to anyone." Still, he wasn't a liar. "No, sir, I know what the pills were. I gave them to Will as he needed a pick-me-up." Arthur sat in his chair. He was furious that Fred passed on drugs to someone, but he also secretly a bit proud that his son had lied to him after all and that he was mature enough to accept his responsibility. It seemed that he hadn't been wasting time bringing him up after all. "Thank you for being honest with me, son," said Philip. "What I would like to know though is why you gave drugs to Will." "Mr. Banks, I'm sorry about Carlton, I really am. I didn't know that he took anything. I was kind of outside for my girl at the prom." Freddie looked up at his father and saw him scowl. He looked back down at his feet, continued. "Will said he was struggling to stay awake and well, lots of eyes are taking speed, you know. It doesn't seem to hurt anyone, although we all know not to overdo it, you know, and well, Will is a good guy and thought he would be sensible, you know, so I let him a few." "Excuse me interrupting Philip. Freddie, are you saying that drug taking is right at that school? Because if you are, I can promise you that it is going to be stopped." "I did not enroll you in a school to take drugs. I you there to get a good education." "How long exactly have you been taking?" "About 6 months," said Freddie sheepishly, still not able to look at his father. "At me, son," said Mr. Phillips. "I raised you to be an honest, hard-working young man. I wanted to give you best, everything I never had growing up. Until now you have studied hard and already have a chance to go to Harvard or Yale, but you could wreck that and the rest of your life if you get arrested for either possession or dealing drugs. Now you have been very lucky not to have been caught taking or being in possession of drugs, and Judge Buck's son has been extremely lucky not to have, else you would be charged with involuntary manslaughter as well. Freddy sat there feeling very guilty. He found he couldn't continue to look at his father long, so he dropped his gaze down to look at Heath. Now I think so that you owe Carlton and Will an apology, and we have us a discussion later in your room. Now please leave us and return your room. You are to stay there and wait for... Yes sir, I understand. Turning to Mr. Banks, I'm very sorry Judge Banks. Please tell Will I am sorry I got him into trouble, and tell Carlton I am sorry he ended up in the emergency room. I never meant anything like that to happen. Thank you son. I will leave you to your father to decide any consequences this time. I hope that you get all the help you need to deal with your drug addiction. Know this, if this happens again I will inform the school and the police, and you will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Do you understand me? Bye. Yes sir, I promise I will never happen again. With that, Fred got up and slowly walked out of the study. Philip, I appreciate consideration with regard to the situation with my son, especially given the seriousness of the occasion. I am truly sorry that my son was involved in any way, and I can assure you that I will take steps for it to not happen again. But do think that we need to find a way to contact the school, as it is clear that there is a real problem there. Do you have any ideas how we could do this? Arthur, I was not aware that drug taking was so widespread, but do you know of a youth court officer who owes me a favor? Perhaps he could arrange something. I believe that after the holiday Carlton and I will have an appointment with the principal to discuss his collapse at the school. Hopefully I will be able to arrange something prior to that, so that I can speak to the principal without worrying that Will or Fred will be implicated in any investigation caused. I must be going now. Thanks for your hospitality. I'm sorry that the first time we actually need to talk to each other properly was to discuss how our children were involved in drug taking. I will leave you to deal with your son however you see fit, but I expect it will be the same way I have dealt with it. I will contact you when I've spoken to the youth court officer. Thank you once again, Philip. Daniels called Mr. Phillips. A few moments passed before the butler arrived. He knocked gently and then entered the study. Yes sir. Show Mr. Banks out please. Certainly sir. Please follow me, Mr. Banks. Mr. Phillips sat for 15 minutes in his study contemplating how to discipline his son. He had not used corporal punishment in years, since Freddy was about 10. In fact, he could not come up with any other solution thought would be fitting. Certainly his father wouldn't have hesitated if he were in the same position. Son Arthur got to his feet and headed up to see Freddy. Freddy was sitting on the edge of his bed with his head in his hands when he heard the gentle knock on the door. Come in Dad, he said. Son, although I am very angry and disappointed in what you have done, I need you to know that I am proud that you did not lie to me, Judge Banks. I had that for a while. I suspected that you had lied to me when you told me that you didn't know anything. That was hard for me to understand, so I'm glad that I was proved wrong. Also, I want you to know that I am proud of her accepting your responsibilities. I will arrange for you to go on a drug program over the next 3 months. I want you to promise me that you will never attempt to take drugs again. Sir, I promise, and I am sorry disappointing you. Frick Arthur Phillips, I don't know why you got yourself involved with taking or pass out drugs to your friends, but I am going to assure that you never do so again. It has been a long time since I need to take you in hand, but regretfully I think I have no other choice. You could have ruined many lives, and that is completely unacceptable. Do you understand? Freddy looked up at his father when he said his full name, knowing that even though his father hadn't raised his voice, he was angry, and he knew only too well that it was the term used only when he was in serious trouble. But Dad, I'm 18, I'm too old for that. You haven't spanked me in years. Please can't you take away my car or something? Firstly, you are not too old for that. In fact, I was the same age as you the last time I was spanked. If you do not believe me, you confirm that with your grandfather. Secondly, what you did could ended up with someone losing their life and you spending the rest of your life in a 6x10 cell. That is something I do not wish for my only son, and I will do anything to prevent that, including spanking you every day for a week if that is the only thing that makes you think about what you are doing. And I will be taking away your car and other privileges as well as spanking you. When we are finished here, I want you to take out your mobile phone, your laptop, and your car keys and put them in study. You will be grounded for a month. School home only. You may keep your books and television in your room, as you will be spending time from when you arrive home until the morning in your room except for meals, but I expect your work done first. They call Sarah to tell her you are grounded, but that is it. Do you understand me, son? Yes sir, I understand, but I still think I am too old for spanking. Sorry son, but it's not something I enjoy. Now jeans on and lay over the end of the bed. Freddy stood up and lowered his jeans and looked at his father anxiously, praying that he could keep his boxers. His father nodded head. Yes, you can keep them on, he said. Freddy lowered himself down on the bed, putting his hands under his head to prevent him wanting to reach back. Mr. Phillips took off his leather belt, placed it on the bed next to his son. He then took off his jacket and rolled up both shirt sleeves. He was aware that this was causing his son a lot of anxiety, but he wanted him to remember this event for a long time. Arthur suddenly had a flashback. He remembered his father telling him just how hard it was to discipline his son when he was around this age, and he suddenly realized just what he meant. It was much harder contemplating spanking his son at 18 than it was when he was a little boy. Mr. Phipps took a deep breath and reached down and grabbed his belt. He carefully folded it, making sure that the buckle was safely in his right hand. He reached forward and put his left hand on Freddy's back. "Brace yourself, son," he said, and then he swung the belt. The first lash elicited a scream from Freddy. Christ. Swat, swat, swat. Arthur was not into the pain that he was causing his son, but he'd kept seeing Freddy behind bars and he could let that happen, so biting his lip to control his own emotions, he carried on counting in head. Swatter, EDD, Dad please, I promise to never get involved with drugs again. Arthur was almost done by that, and so he thought to swat fast so that he could get the whole thing over quicker. Swat, 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 swat. Fred screamed on each lash. After the 12th lash, Mr. Phillips drew a belt and sat on the bed next to his son. Breathing heavily, he suppressed tears. Freddy lay by the bed sobbing hard for a moment before he realized that there were no more swats. Looking to the left side of him, saw his father sitting next to him, and he felt his back being rubbed gently. "Freddy, you are forgiven. I love you, son. I don't want you to hate for what I've just done, but I don't think realize what it would do to your mother, and I have ended up in jail." Fred sobbed even more hearing his father say that, I don't hate Dad, how can I hate you? He sobbed. Miss Phillips kept rubbing his son's back gently, holding back his own tears while Freddy sobbed into his duvet cover. When the sobs died down, he helped Fred stand and drew him into a hug. Dad, I really didn't hate," he sobbed. He gulped and said, "It was my fault, you had to spank me. I promise you won't to do that again." Hugged his son tight, he gently combed his hair through his son's hair. "Son, I know, you are a boy most of the time. Trust me, it's hard for me to even contemplate disciplining you this way, and I don't want to have to ever again, but I will if I have to ensure that I do not have to. Why don't you lay down for a while? You can bring me your phone, top, and keys shortly. Remember, you may call Sarah to tell her you are grounded. I don't want you on the phone for more than 10 minutes. Okay. Yes, sir. I love you, Dad. Love you too, son. I'll call you in a while." Miss Phillips left the room and Freddy laid face down on the bed, kicking his jeans of fur. After a while of feeling very sorry for himself, a contrite Fred got himself together and he went to wash his face in the ensuite bathroom to his room. Looking in the mirror, he saw with rimmed eyes looking back at him. "Yeah, way to go there, big shot. You put yourself in a whole world of trouble because listen to those bozos your father warned about hanging around with, and look where he's got almost thrown in jail for dealing some friends, eh?" Freddy groaned and he went to sit down outside of the bath, but the intense sting in his backside and even bending to sit next to them. "Oh man, I forgot what it feels like to be on the end of Dad's..." One hand went back, gently rubbed at the sting, but finding it nothing at all, Freddy wondered if he could see any ice back to his room on his way back to the study. "Oh man, and I go hand over my car keys. Sarah's gonna kill me. She wanted to go to that next week and the concert the week after." The young man washed his face and dried it with a towel. "Your own fault," his internal shoulder angle said. "You could have been involved in killing someone." "Lecture." "Yeah, I know. Alright, stop it with the lecture," mused Freddy's conscious and folding up towel properly. The boy did back on the towel rail and he left the room to put on some soft cotton sleeves and gather his stuff up to take it to his father. Then he would have to call Sarah. "Knock knock." "Oh," ordered the deep voice. Freddy entered the study when given permission to, "Excuse me, Dad. I've brought my keys and..."
Payments made easy.
Mr. Phillips rose from his desk and he beckoned his son in with his hand. Freddy laid his hand items on the cleared space on the desk. "Thank you, son. Have you called Sarah yet?" Freddy shook his head. "May I call her now, please?" Mr. Phillips nodded. "Yes, go on. You can use my desk phone, then you're back in your room, and I want an apology letter handwritten for Mr. Banks by morning." "Yes, Dad." Mr. Phillips smiled at the boy and he walked around the desk to ruffle his hair. "I'll be back in 10 minutes," he said before walking from the room, closed the door behind him. "Oh, I'm so glad it was that answered. What?" My voice?
Around 10
Oh.
o'clock, she woke up
Freddie.
telling me that her legs
What
were
wrong? Oh God, you are
and I
calling
thought,
to dump
well,
me, aren't
she
you?
was running a lot tonight.
What?
She's probably just tired.
No.
Ellie's always been
No,
a
baby,
very
I'm not.
healthy child.
Lee,
She
look,
was
I've
never
gotten into some
really
trouble
much
and I'm gritted.
prior
For,
because
hey,
she's
month.
always boys and
Freddie.
had to get tough.
No, baby,
But
I know.
she was continuing to
And I
hurt.
promise I'll make
I
it up to
tried
you.
everything. I'd massaged
Freddie,
her legs,
that's practically the
eyes,
whole
ears.
summer break. The hell did you
She
do?
looked at me and she said, Mommy,
The boy winced at the yelling from his girlfriend. Well, she was his sweetheart really, as they've been going steady for 2 years almost. It was really getting serious about her now. Babe, you remember the prom when Carton Banks was act real weird? Yes, he ended up in the ER and got admitted, and there's a rumor going around that he took drugs, as if. Carl Tanks is a straight-A student with a stick up his butt. He's so straight-laced. Freddie laughed lightly at the decision, but quickly sobered when he thought about it. Sarah, if I tell you something, you got to promise me not to say any to anyone, right? Not Cindy, not Louise, no. All right, but Dee, you're scaring me. What is it? Carlton did take some drugs at prom. What? No way. Who'd have thought it? Where did he get the drugs? Freddie swallowed it. Was now or could he tell her and still have her as girl? Honesty among us is the true meaning of a good relationship, echoed in his head from a previous lecture for his father. The drugs were eat and they were mine. Well, Will's actually, seeing as he got them from me. He blurted out and he waiting for the blowout end of the phone, but instead there was silence. Sarah? Babe? Talk to me, please. I don't know what to say. Freddie. Freddie, I gotta go think about this. Sarah, please, I love you, and if you're mad at me, it's okay. The young man started to glass over. You can yell at me if you want and tell me I'm an idiot and a jerk, but please don't dump me over this. I never thought you would be involved with drugs. I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm done with them, I promise. It started as unedited. You know, to keep you awake. Sarah, I promise I never dealt drugs. Never sold them to anyone. Just shared a few with people. You know, like Will. Will Smith take drugs as well? Sarah asked incredulously. No. Yeah. I gave him some as he was struck, but I've no idea if he ever used them. But it was his pills that Carlton took. Sarah, I promise you I never knew what Carlton was taking. Apparently he thought they were vitamins, so took more than one, that's why he was so ill. The line went silent again. Sarah, say something, please. Freddie begged into the handset. You promise me you've done with drugs forever? She eventually answered. Freddie nodded even though she couldn't possibly see him. Yes, babe, I promise never, and my dad kinda knows the whole story, so that's why I'm grounded. Well, I can't say I'm happy about it, maybe, but if you are sure you aren't going to do it again, I guess I can forgive you. Freddie sighed and he sank back into his father's chair. Ouch, oh shit. And he jumped back to his feet and inched back with his free hand to rub furiously. Freddie, what happened? Asked an alarmed son. Oh no. Nothing. Baby, I just sat on something that hurts, that's all. He replied after uttering in a deep breath. Are you okay now? Yeah, he grunted as he rubbed. Nothing an ice pack won't make better. Frederick, time's up. Say your goodbyes to Sarah, said Miss Phillips walking into the study. Yes, sir. Fred replied respectfully and he returned back to handset. I gotta go, baby. I love you and I promise when I'm free again we'll do a concert and anything else you want, okay? Yes, I'll look forward to it. You owe me big time, mister. Sarah chuckled into the phone. No, I do. Love you. And I love you too. Now don't do anything else to get gritted for the rest of the summer, because the last 2 weeks are mine. You, baby. Bye. Bye. Freddie reached the handset to the cradle. Man, that sucks. She was well pie, very unhappy with me, he said, catching himself from cursing in front of his father just in time. Yet the reason to keep you head about you then, son, isn't it? Fred nodded and sighed heavily. Yes, sir. Thanks for letting me use the pen here. You're welcome. Now why don't you go and lay down for a bit? Your mother will home soon and she'll want to see that you aren't too worse for wear when she sees you. You've told her? Mr. Phillips nodded. I have, as you can imagine, was not best pleased to it, but she agreed with my decisions or punishment and that will be the end of it. Freddie carted his hand through hair. Yes, sir, I understand. Good, now come here. Freddie made his way round the desk and he was immediately pulled into an affectionate hug by the older man. I'm proud of you, boy. Freddie looked up at him. You are? Why? You're honest with your girl. Son, that took guts, and you've accepted that you were wrong and are willing accepting the consequences given you with much more good grace than many of your compatriots would. I don't doubt, and that is why I am proud a man you are becoming. Freddie smiled, a thanks, Dad. And he soaked up the affection he offered by the normally much more stoic old man that was his father. Mr. Phillips returned the smile, and he hugged his boy hard for a good few minutes before both of them started to become a little uncomfortable. I'd better get to that letter, Judge Banks. Yes, and I have some papers to read, replied Mr. Phillips, and releasing each other, two men broke apart to go their separate ways. Mr. Phillips back his desk and Freddie back to his room, hopefully one of the staff who he could persuade to him some ice cubes in a bag. After a very uncomfortable night on stomach, Will rolled over and got up, left his room to go to the bathroom down the. He did his ablution, stripped, and showered, washing his body carefully to save the soreness, his nether regions getting worse. When he was done, he dried off, and with a towel wrapped around his waist, he shaved his light ring of morning beard and brushed his teeth. Ready to get dressed, he went sit on the side of the bath to put on the cleansers and undershirt he had brought in with him. He yelped as soon as his bath touched the cold enamel of the bath. Geez, Uncle Phil, you really know how to do a number on a guy. And he cursed a storm under his breath. Are you all right in there? Asked Vivian with concern. She was walking past him, already gotten dressed herself earlier, had only come back up to don the necklace she'd forgotten to put on for the meeting she was going to attend that morning. Yeah, Aunt Viv, I'm Will quickly assured her, and deciding stay away from anything that might touch his skin, he stepped into his boxers and shoved on the undershirt before collecting up his B1s and his pajama pants. Vivian was still out in the hall. Will emerged. How are you feeling today, Will? She asked kindly. I'm okay, Aunt Viv, he replied with his head down, as he couldn't bear to face her yet, as he was still too aimed. I'm really sorry about what I did, Aunt Viv, you know that, right? Vivi nodded, and she pulled the young man into a straw hold. Will, you have been punished, forgiven by everyone, not just your uncle, and so I don't want you beating yourself about this anymore. She leaned back and lifted his chin. Do you hear me, young man? She asked, patting at his behind gently with other hand. Yes ma'am, no need of reminder here, he quipped, and he went to pull out a brush. Vivian chuckled. He brought up her right hand to run her fingers in his short hair. See that you remember, his Uncle Phil isn't the only one who believes corporal discipline for naughty young men. And Viv. The younger man whined, and Viv just laughed. Go finish getting dressed, baby. Jeffrey has breakfast ready, and I believe that you uncle has a list of chores for you and your cousin to complete. Will groaned at the thought of his uncle's further methods to torture him, but nodded obediently. Yes, be right down. Vivian smiled at him, and she walked away, and Will made tracks back to his room to dump the dirty laundry in his basket and put on some light sweatpants, knowing that anything heavier would increase the soreness. Then, slowly as he was able, Will made his way downstairs to face everyone for breakfast. Chapter 2. Philip walked slowing into the family room and found Vivian standing there already with hand out, stretched, and in it a tumbler of rye ice. Philip gratefully accepted the glass with a sigh. Thank honey, he said. I got how emotionally draining it is disciplining the kids. I know honey, replied Vivian, but they both needed it. God, Philip, I was so scared when we got the call to go to the emergency room. Philip opened his arms, and Vivian leaned gratefully into him. They hugged each other tightly. I was scared too, said Philip. Let's sit down, shall we? Both Vivian and Philip walked over and sat next to each other on the sofa, Vivian cuddling up Philip, resting her head on him. She said, you know where Hillary and Ashley are? I've not seen them for a while. Think that Jeffrey may have suggested they go where honey so that they wouldn't hear me dealing with the boys. Jeffrey, he bellowed. Yes sir, you bell, said Jeffrey. Yes Jeffrey, where are my girls? I suggested that they go and stay in the house, sir. I didn't think that you'd want hearing what was going on upstairs. Shall I fetch them? Yes please. Jeffrey went to fetch the girls. Whilst gone, Philip thought to himself, how am I going to handle the questions they ask? Vivian, seeing Philip's brow raise, said, what's up honey? Just thinking, how am I going to answer the girls' questions? I don't want to embarrass the boys. Oh honey, let's see, ask anything first and then we can gauge it there. Daddy, is it okay to come in? Was the softly spoken question from the kitchen. Yes, it's okay. Hillary and Ashley walked into the room and stood awkwardly near the smaller second sofa. Please sit down, girls want to speak to you, said Vivian. Both girls sat down quietly. Ashley sat down on the sofa and kept looking down at her feet with her hands in her lap. Baby, what's up? said Philip. Hillary told me off for asking question about why you were mad at Will and Carlton, and I thought you were going to be mad at me too, said Ashley. Hillary looked quickly at Ashley but then addressed her parents. I was only trying to explain it wasn't any of our business, Daddy. Look, girls, said Vivian. Your father and I have always tried to be open and honest with you children. If you have questions or queries about anything, we would prefer that you ask them rather than making any assumptions. Do you have anything you to ask us before we discuss what has happened over the last few days? Ashley looked up at her mother and father and are Will and Carl okay? Daddy was awfully mad. Ashley, honey, Will and Carl will be okay. They have been through a difficult few days, and yes, I have had the sort of discussion you think I have had with them. But they have survived it and we will not be thinking about it anymore. He looked at Hillary and said, Darling, thank you for trying to be a good elder sister, but I don't have any problems with any of you asking questions. Look, girls, Will was worried that we were going to send him back to Philadelphia because of what happened to Carlton, and also was worried that you would hate him for endangering your brother. I want you to spend some time with him, please, when he's ready to face the family, so that you prove to him that you do forgive him. I do not want you disturbing him. Please just let him come down when he is ready, but Mother and I would like you to treat him normally. If he wants to, he will. It may seem awkward at first as he may still feel guilty, but I am trusting and expecting you to both make him understand just how much you love him. As to Carlton, I expect you to treat your brother normally, but I do not want either of you teasing him about taking drugs. He will share what he wants to with you, and I expect you to be supportive. Please remember he has had a real scare and may not be himself. Now I have a question. Do either or you know his surname? Oh, I think Phillips. You know Doug Phillips' son in the country club, said Hillary. Okay, thank you, honey, said Philip. Do either of you have anything you want to ask? No, Dee, can I go, please? Said Hillary. Yes, you can go, Ashley. No, Daddy, I don't think so. Can I go, please? Yes, okay, honey. Philip sat back on the sofa and looked at his wife. Well, that went well, I think, didn't it? Yeah, Philip, I think our girls understand. I bet they both check in on their brother, and Will chuckled. Philip smiled wryly. Yeah, I think they will too. Do you know Doug Phillips? No, but I think I've spoken to his what the club, Vivian replied. I can't remember her name though, Philip. Jeffrey. Yes, sir. Can you get me the number of country club secretary from the Rolodex, please? Certainly, sir. Jeffrey returned a few moments later with card from the Rolodex. Shall I dial for sir? No, that's okay, Jeffrey. Jeffrey to walk back to the kitchen. Jeffrey, thank you for suggesting the girls out of the house earlier. I didn't think of that, and it was very considerate of you. Not at all, sir, was the reply as he walked away. Philip, dial country club. Hello. Yes, is Doug Traverse available, please? It's Philip Banks. A few moments passed. Hello, Philip. How's the family? Vivian's quite the and still, I hope. Duncan. Yes, the family is well, and Ian is as radiant as ever. Thank you for asking. I was wondering if you help me, please, Duncan. I was hoping to be able to bump into Doug Phillips. Do you know him? Do you when he might be coming into the club? Doug Phillips. I don't. He is a regular. Only comes in occasionally, I think. Well, except for the mentions, of course. I get you his number though. Any reason why you need to talk to him? Can I be of assistance? No, Duncan, it's okay. I just want to have a chat with him about his and something that happened at school with the boys. I'd be grateful to have his number though. Sure, Philip, I think that's okay. He's not had any blog put on his number being given out to other members as Eunice his right to do so. I'll just get it you. Please bear with me, look. Duncan tapped a few codes into his computer and brought up the membership file. Okay then, Phillips 555-4782. Please me know if I can be of any assistance. Give my best to Vivian, won't you please? I certainly will, thank you, Duncan. Philip rang off. Duncan sends best to you, Vivian, he said to his wife. Oh, that's nice, was the reply. Taking deep breath, Philip picked up the telephone again and dialed the number he had been given. The telephone rang 3 times before it was Doug Phillips' residence. Yes, may speak to Mr. Phillips, please. It's Philip Banks calling. One moment, please, Mr. Banks, said Jeffrey, as counterpart. Approximately 30 seconds passed before a voice answered. Doug Phillips. What I do for you, Mr. Banks? Mr. Phillips, I am the father Carlton Banks and the guardian of Williamson. They are friends of your son Freddie, believe. There has been an incident at school and I was wondering if we could together and discuss it, please. What kind of incident? Freddie hasn't mentioned anything. Perhaps we could discuss it in person, please, Mr. Phillips. I'd be happy to meet you at Country Club or either my or you home if you prefer. It's a little delicate, said Philip. Okay, Mr. Banks. Well, since I do not know what it is, yet you say it is a delicate matter, I'm happy to meet you here as I do not frequent Country Club all that much. Would you like to come over tomorrow morning, say around 11? We live 4217 Hillcrest Avenue. Thank you, Mr. Phillips, that time's acceptable. I will see you then. Goodbye, sir. While Hillary soft knocked on Carlton's bedroom door, hearing no response, she gently opened the door and poked her head around it. Carlton, are you okay? She asked softly. Go away, Hillary. Dad made his point, I don't need to as well. Hillary said she was going to leave him to it, but she had the almost silent sob Carlton made. She could help herself. She wasn't all as self-centered, she cared deeply about little brother. Carlton, not going to have a go at you, she said as she approached. Seeing him laying face down, his head on one side, she sat down on the bed softly and began stroking his head gently. Carlton, surprised at his sister's touch, turned his head towards her. Daddy had one of those tight discussions with you then. You're not the only one, you know. Carlton turned onto his side, hissing at the pain caused at the movement. What, don't tell me he spanked you too, Hillary. I'm 18, I know I'm a mistake, but I haven't been spanked since I was about 12. It's humiliating. Carlton, you know why he did it, don't you? We were all rally scared. But Mom and Dad especially, so I know that you know that. I'll tell you something, but I need you to promise me that we'll not tell anyone else. Oh, Hillary, I promise. It's not that long ago Daddy spanked me too. I'm 2 years older than you. He only reserves it for really serious issues. Now we are older, but like you, I know that I messed up and I deserved it, and it did help deal with the guilt I felt in disappointing Mom and Dad. Wow, Hillary, I did now that. Yes, well, it's not something you broadcast, is it? No, don't worry, I won't tell all. Yes, well, anyway, I just wanted to let you know that it is okay for you to accept that kind of discipline and that it will help you cope. Mom and Dad and Ashley and I forgive you. You just need to forgive Will and yourself. I'd better go before Daddy find me in here. By the way, Moss, some cold cream that works great on a sore foot dog. Tell her I told you. It's on her dressing table left side. Philip had finished his conversation with Mr. Phillips and had decided to pop up and check on the boys. Hillary rubbed her brother's head lightly and quietly left the room and turned left to her own room. The heavy sound she heard before she got more than 5 feet. Hillary gulped the sound of her father's voice. Your room, young lady, he said sternly. Hillary nodded and carried on her room, hearing her father's steps behind her. Did I or did I not leave the boys alone, Hillary? Yes, Daddy, you did. I just want to see if Carlton was okay. I wasn't teasing him, I promise. I'm sorry I disobeyed you. Hillary, sweetheart, I overheard a little bit of what you said to your brother as I was at the top of the stairs. I was coming up to check both boys as they had not appeared downstairs yet. I understand and appreciate you wanting to do the big sister thing, but I told you girls to leave the boys alone so that they could decide when to re-engage the family. Neither of us confined to their rooms. I was trying to give them space to deal with how they were disciplined, as it's a long time since they were disciplined that way, and both of them thought that they were had a type of disciplinary consequence. As you know, that is not true. If I think that the situation warrant, then I will continue to discipline my children or those under my care all the time that they are in my roof. I do so because I love them, do you understand? Yes, Daddy, I'm sorry. Do not do it again, young lady. I need you to trust your mother and me, and when I tell you to do or not do something, I expect to listen. Come here. Hillary approached her father warily. He was aware of that fact, and when she was near enough, he grabbed her right arm and turned her to left, and he landed a hard swat to her with his right hand.
Philip turned Hillary back towards him and put her into a hug. That's for dissing me, Hillary. Honey, I love you, and you can do the big sis thing with Carlton and Will, but make sure that is when they decide to come out of their rooms, okay? Yes, sir, good girl. Now I'm going to check on Will and Carlton. Can you go and find Ash and make sure that she is aware of the rules? Yes, sir, I will. Philip left Hillary's room, and now being nearer to Will's room, he decided to check on him first. He knocked gently on the door. Come in, was the slightly muffled reply. Philip entered the room. Had awoken only a few minutes ago and lying face down still on his bed. He tried to turn over when he's first up, but the extreme shot of pain he felt discouraged him from trying to move just. When Philip entered the room, Will turned his head to see who had come into the room. Well, I've just come to see how you are. Will you sit up, please? Uncle Phil, I don't. He really want to my backside smart, you know. Well, it's supposed, and the sitting on it is part of the punishment. You are lucky, in a day you were spanked and then expected to sit in the corner or at desk writing lines. The chairs in those days were hard wooden ones, no cushions. Now sit up please, I want to talk to you. Will reluctantly slowly roll over onto his side and then try to ease self into a sitting position. Could not believe that his backside smarted so much from only 6 lashes of the belt. He certainly didn't want any more, so whilst he hissed when he sat up, he tried to sit still when faces uncle. Philip grabbed a desk chair and dragged it into the middle room and sat down opposite Will. Well, I've spoken to the girls and gotten Freddie's surname, and I will be going over to meet with his father in the morning to discuss Freddie's part in this whole fiasco. I just wanted you to know that we'll do as I said and we'll make every effort to keep this away from the school. Now, apart from your sore backside, do you feel? Will looked Uncle directly in the eyes, and apart from jitting a little on the bed due to the discomfort in his rear, he found that he could hold his gaze. Actually, Uncle, whilst I still feel a bit guilty, I do feel better. Is Carl mad at me because you spanked him too? No, Will, I don't think so. Now that you are both awake, why don't you at him? Dinner is not ready just yet. If you feel up to it, come downstairs. Think that both of the girls want to check that you're okay, and I've told them not to both eat of you. If you still want some time to get yourself together, I'll set Jeffrey up with some food and a drink, but I want you at breakfast, do you understand? Yes sir, I understand. Can you send Jeffrey up with some food please? I don't want to see anyone yet. I will check in Carlton though if he will speak to me. Okay Will, I'll ask Tree to bring you something up soon. I love you Will, we will gas this you know. Thanks old Phil, I love you too. 4217 Hillcrest Avenue, just before 11 the next morning. Ding, dong. The front door was opened by Mr. Phillips' butler. Good morning sir, how may I help you? My name is Philip Banks and I have an appointment with Miss Phillips at 11 o'clock. Yes sir, please come in, I believe the master is expecting you. Philip entered the door and waited for the butler to lead him to Mr. Phillips. My name is Daniel sir, said the butler. Can I get any for you before I take you through to the master? No thank you Daniel. Very well sir, please follow me. Walk through the house down a long corridor with brick walnut cladding on the walls. Daniel stopped and knocked on the city door before opening it. Hey Mr. Banks, to see you sir. Thank you Daniels, replied Miss Phillips. Good morning Mr. Banks, please take a seat at Mr. Phillips, gesturing to a comfort set of soft red leather chairs. Can I get Daniels to get you anything Mr. Banks before we sit down? Coffee would be great, said Phillips, sitting down. Daniels, please bring us both some coffee. Yes of course sir, said the butler, retreating from the study, closing the heavy door on his way out. Well now Mr. Banks, you said you had a delicate matter to discuss, that occurred at my son's school. I have spoken with Frederick and he hasn't mentioned anything. What you want to talk about? Mr. Phillips, began Philip. Please call me Arthur, interrupted Mr. Phillips. Very well, Arthur then, my son Bolton, ended up in hospital with drug overdose after the prom the other night. He took what he thought were vitamin pills he borrowed from my guardian's locker. These pills were not vitamin pills, they were LCD, commonly known on the street as Well was given these by your son Freddie when he expressed to him that he was having trouble staying awake and put them in his locker. Mr. Banks, are you accusing my son of drug dealing? Arthur, I am not accusing your son of dealing, but I am certainly trying to bring it to your attention that your son involved in handing out drugs in school. If he was found with them on, he most certainly would be arrested and charged with dealing drugs. I understand from Will that there was no attempt by your son to obtain any money for drugs and he has not noticed Freddie dealing other students. However, that does not excuse your son from being possessions of drugs and or sharing them around with his school friends. Now I made a promise to the police that I would try and keep this out of school, that is why I am talking to you about it, but should you fail to act then I am afraid that I will have to speak to the principal and the police, as I will not allow my family or anyone else to be put at risk. Carton could have died. Mr. Banks, please call me Philip. Arthur. Thank you, Philip. I am very sorry that Carlton ended up in hospital. I can assure you that I do not own anyone being involved with either take or dealing in drugs, and I am very assured that my son may be involved. I am also very concerned that my son thinks it is okay to lie to my face on the whole situation too. I promise you I will take this up with him. In fact, I would appreciate your assistance with questioning him if you have the time. As a judge, you are probably more adept at telling whether or not someone is telling you a bare-faced lie. Would you consent to stay a while I question my son about the whole situation? If you would like me, then yes, Arthur, I will. There was a knock and the door and it opened. Daniels walked in with a tray with the coffee, milk, cream, sugar, and a selection of croissants on. He placed it on a small coffee table in between the leather armchairs and handed both gentlemen a cotton napkin. Thank you, Daniels. Would please find Master Frederick and ask him come to my study immediately. Certainly, sir. Is there anything else I can get you? No, thank you, Daniels. Very good, sir, Daniels said, retreating from the room. Have one of these croissants, Philip. Dan makes these and they are fabulous. Thank you, Arthur, said Philip, reached for a cup of coffee and a croissant. The two men spent the next 20 minutes enjoying their coffee and croissants whilst reminiscing about how their father would have disciplined them, both men discovering that they were both brought up in very similar circumstances in a much poorer family situations. They had just finished their coffees when there was a knock on the door. Come in, said Mr. Phillips. Frederick entered the study. Recognizing Mr. Banks, he wondered why he's in his father's study. Daniel said, you asked to see me, sir, he said, approaching his father. Yeah, Frederick, this is Mr. Banks, Carlton father, and Will Smith's guardian. I understand that you know them from school. Yes, sir. Hello, Mr. Banks. Hello, Frederick, replied Philip. Son, please take a seat. I have a few questions for you. Yes, sir, said Fred, sitting down. Frederick, do you remember I asked you a question last night if you knew why Mr. Banks wanted to speak to me and you said you had no idea? Yes, sir. Do you also remember me asking you if you knew anything about an incident at school? Yes, sir. Why are you lying to me, son? I'm not, Dad. I don't know why Mr. Banks is here or anything about the incident at school. Frowning, Arthur looked at his son and then addressed Philip. Judge Banks, you like to ask any questions you have of son? Freddie gulped. Suddenly he had an idea what this might be about, but no, surely Will wouldn't have ratted him out. Noticing the boy gulp, Philip began. Frederick, are you aware Carlton ended up in the emergency room after the prom a few nights ago? No, sir, Freddie answered oddly. He didn't. He was a bit high at prom and had pulled his girlfriend outside for a make-out session when the paramedics' sirens had been heard. His girlfriend Sarah was a bit high too, so she did complain. Realize that Freddie was telling the truth, Philip continued. Well, he did. Apparently Carlton was feeling a bit down, so he borrowed what he thought was some vitamins from his cousin's Will's locker. Care guess what those vitamins were, son? Freddie looked down, realizing that he was dead. Will Clear hadn't exactly ratted him out, but the judge obviously knew what the drugs were. He knew had become far too complacent with taking the speed, but everyone around him was also taking it. He didn't think it was a problem to pass it on. After all, he reasoned, it's not like I am selling it to anyone. Still, he wasn't a liar. No, sir, I know what pills were. I gave them to Will. He needed a pick-me-up. Arthur sat in his chair stunned, was furious that Freddie passed on drugs to someone, but he was also secretly a bit proud that his son hadn't lied to him after all and that he was mature enough to accept his responsibility. It seemed that he hadn't been wasting his time bringing him up after all. Thank you for being honest with me, said Philip. What I would like to know though is why you gave drugs to Will. Mr. Banks, I'm sorry about Carlton, I really am. I didn't know that he took anything. Was kind of outside with my girl at the prom. Freddie looked up at his father and saw him scowl. He looked back down at his feet but continued. Will said that he was struggling to stay awake, and well, lots of guys are taking speed, you know. It doesn't seem to hurt anyone, although we all know not overdo it, you know, and well, Will is a good guy and I thought he would be sensible, you know, so let him have a few. Excuse me, interrupting Philip. Fred, are you saying that drug taking is rife at school? Because if you are, I can promise you that it is going to be stopped. I did not enroll you in a school to take drugs, I put you there to get a good education. How long exactly have you been taking it? About 6 months, sir, said Freddie shishly, still not able to look at father. Look at me, son, said Mr. Phillips, I raised you to be an honest, hard-working young man. I wanted to give you the best, everything I never had growing up. Until now you have studied and already have a chance to go to Harvard or Yale, but you could wreck that and the rest of your life if you get arrested for either possession, dealing drugs. Now you have been very lucky not to have been caught or being in possession of drugs, and Joe Banks' son has been extremely lucky not to die, else you would be charged with involuntary manslaughter as well. Freddie sat there feeling very guilty. He found he couldn't continue to look at his father for long, so he dropped his gaze down to look at his feet. Now I think, son, that you owe Carlton and Will apology, and we will have us a discussion in your room. Now please leave us and return to your room. You two stay there and wait for me. Yes sir, I understand. Turning to Mr. Banks, very sorry Judge Banks. Tell Will I am sorry I got him into trouble, and tell Carlton I am sorry ended up in the emergency room. I never meant for anything like that to happen. Thank you son, I will leave to your father to decide any consequence this time. I hope that get all the help you need to deal with your drug addiction, but know this happens again I will inform the school and the police and you will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Do you understand me? Why? Yes sir, I promise it will never happen again. With that Freddie got and slowly walked out of the study. Philip, I appreciate your consideration with regard to the situation with my son, especially given the seriousness of the occasion. I'm truly sorry that my son was involved anyway, and I can assure you that I will take steps for it to not happen again. But I do think that we need to find a way to contact the school, as it is clear there is a real problem there. Do you have any ideas how we could do this? Arthur was not aware that the drug taking was so widespread, but I do know of a court officer who owes me a favor. Perhaps he could arrange something. Believe that after the holidays Carlton will have an appointment with the principal to discuss his collapse at the school. Hopefully I will be able to arrange something prior to that so that I can speak to the principal without worry that Will or Freddie will be implicated in any investigation he does. I must be going now. Thank you for your hospitality. I'm sorry that the first time we actually got to talk to each other properly was to discuss how our children were involved in drug taking. I will leave you till with your son however you see fit, but I suspect it will be the same way I dealt with it. I will contact you when I have spoken to the youth court officer. Thank you once again Philip. Daniels called Mr. Phillips. A few moments passed before the butler arrived, knocked gently and then entered the study. Yes sir. Show Mr. Banks out please. Certainly sir, please follow me Mr. Banks. Mr. Phillips sat for 15 minutes in his seat contemplating how to discipline his son. He had not used corporal punishment in years since Freddie was about 10 in fact, but he could not come up with any solution he thought would be fitting. Certainly his father wouldn't have hesitated if he were in the same position. Sighing, Arthur got to his feet, headed up to see to Freddie. Freddie was sitting on the edge of his bed, his head in his hands, when he heard the gentle knock on the door. Come in, he said. Son, although I am very angry and disappointed in what you have done, I need you to know that I am proud that you did not lie to me or Judge Banks. I admit that for a while I suspected that you lied to me when you told me that you didn't know anything, and that was hard for me to understand, so I am glad that I was proved wrong. Also, I want you to know I am proud of you for accepting your responsibilities. I will arrange for you to go on a drug program over the next few months, and I want you to promise that you will never attempt to take drugs again. Yes sir, I promise, and I am sorry for disappointing you. Frederick Arthur Phillips. I don't know why you got yourself involved with taking or passing out drugs to your friends, but I am going to make sure that you never do so again. It has been a long time since I needed to take you in hand, but regretfully I think I have no other choice. What you could have ruined many lives, and that is completely unacceptable. Do you understand? Freddie looked up at his father when he said his full name, knowing even though his father hadn't raised his voice was angry, and he knew only too well that was the tone used only when he was in serious trouble. But Dad, I'm too old for that. You have spanked me in years. Please can you take away my car or something? Firstly, you are not too old for that. In fact, I was same age as you the last time I was spanked. If you do not believe me, you can confirm that with your grandfather. Secondly, what you did could have ended up with someone losing their life and you spending the rest of your life in a 6x10 cell. That is something I do not wish for my only son, and I will do anything to prevent that, including thanking you every day for a week if that is the only thing that makes you think about what you are doing. And thirdly, I will be taking away your car and other privileges as well as spanking you. When we are finished here, I want you to take your mobile phone, your laptop, and car keys and put them in my study. You will be grounded for a month. School and home only. You may keep your books and your television in your room, as you will be spending the time when you arrive home until the morning in your room except for meals, but I expect your home done first. You may call Sarah to tell her you are grounded, but that is it. Do you understand me, son? Yes sir, I understand, but I still think I am too old for spanking. Sorry son, but it is not something I enjoy. Now jeans down and lay over the end of bed. Freddie stood up, lowered his jeans, and looked at his father, anxiously praying that he could keep his boxer. His father nodded his head. Yes, you keep them on, he said. Freddie lowered himself down onto the bed, his hands under his head to prevent him wanting to reach back. Mr. Lips took off his leather belt and placed on the bed next to his son. He then off his jacket and rolled up both shirt sleeves. He was aware that this was causing his son a lot of anxiety, but he wanted him to remember this event for a long time. Arthur suddenly had a flashback. He remembers his own father telling him just how hard it was for him to discipline his son when he was around the same age, and he suddenly realized just what he meant. It was much harder contemplating spanking his son at 8 than it was when he was just a little boy. Mr. Phillips took a deep breath and reached down and grabbed his belt. He carefully folded it, making sure the buckle was safely in his right hand, and reached forward and put his left hand on Fred's back. "Brace yourself, son," he said, and then he swung the belt. The first flash he looked at us from Freddy. Or Christ. Swat. Swat. Or Swatter. Art was not immune to the pain that he was causing son, but he just kept seeing Freddy behind bars, and he couldn't let that happen, so bit his lip to control his own emotions. He kept on counting in his head. Swatter. Dad, please. I promise to never get involved with drugs again, honest. Arthur was almost undone by that, and so he thought to swat faster so that he could get the whole thing over quicker. Swat. 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 Freddy screamed on each lash. After the 12th lash, Mr. Phillips dropped the belt and sat on the next to his son. Breathing heavily, he suppressed his tears. Freddy lay over the bed, sobbed hard for a moment before he realized there were no more swats. Looking to the left side of him, he saw his father sitting next to him, and he then felt his being rubbed gently. "Freddy, you are forgiven. Love you, son. I don't want you to hate for what I've just done, but I think you realize what it would do to your mother and I if you ended up in jail." Freddy sobbed even more hearing his father say that. I don't hate you, Dad. How can I hate you?" He sobbed. Mr. Phillips kept rubbing his son's back gently, pulled back his own tears whilst Freddy sobbed into his duvet cover. When the sobs died down, he helped Freddy stand and drew him into a hug. Dad, I really didn't hate you," he sobbed. He gulped air and said, "It's my fault you had to spank me. I promise you won't have to do that again." Hugging his son tight, he gently combed his hand through his son's hair. "Oh son, I know, you are a good boy most of the time. Trust me, it was for me to even contemplate disciplining this way, and I don't want to have to ever end, but I will if I have to. Please ensure that I do not have to. Why don't you lay down for a while? You can bring me your phone, laptop, and keys shortly. Remember, you may call Sarah to tell her you're grounded, but I don't want you on the phone more than 10 minutes. Okay. Yes sir, I love you, Dad. Love too, son. I'll check on you in a while." Mr. Phillips left the room, and Freddy laid face down on the bed, kicking his jeans up first. After a while of feeling sorry for himself, a contrite Freddy himself together, and he went to wash his face in the ensuite bathroom to his room. Looking in the mirror, he saw red-rimmed eyes looking back at him. "Yeah, way to go there, big shot. You got yourself in a whole world of bull because you listened to those bozos your mother warned you about hanging around with, and where is got you? Almost throw jail for dealing. Some friends." Freddy grinned, and he went to sit down on the side of the bed, but the intense sting in his backside had been bending to sit. "Nix that. Oh man, I forgot what it feels like to be on the end of that belt." One hand went to gently rub at the sting, but finding it not helping at all, Freddy wondered he could sneak any ice back to his room on way back from the study. "Oh man, and I gotta hand over my car key. Sarah's gonna kill me." He wanted to go to that dance next week and concert the week after. The young man washed his face and dried it with towel. "It's your own fault," his internal shoulder angel said. "You could have been involved in killing someone." "Itcher." "Yeah, I know. All right, stop it with the litter," mused Freddy's conscious and holding up the towel properly. The boy put it back on the towel rail. He left the bathroom to put on some soft cotton sleep pants and gather his stuff up, take it to his father, then he would call Sarah. "Knock knock." "Come," ordered a deep voice. Freddy entered the study when given permission to. Excuse me, Dad. I brought my keys and stuff." Mr. Phillips rose from his desk and he beckoned his son in with his hand. Freddy laid his now items on the cleared space on the desk. "Thank you, son. Have you called Sarah yet?" Freddy shook his head. "May I call her now, please?" Mr. Phillips nodded. "Yes, go on. You can use my desk phone, and you're back in your room, and I want an apology letter handwritten for Mr. Banks by the morning." "Yes, Dad." Mr. Phillips smiled at his boy and he walked around the desk to ruffle his head. "I'll back in 10 minutes," said before walking from the room, closing the door behind him. "Sarah. Oh, I'm so glad it's you that answered. What? My voice? Freddie. What's wrong? Oh God, you're calling to dump me, aren't you?" "What? No. No, baby, I'm not. Really look, I've been into some trouble and I'm grounded for a month." "Freddie. No, baby, I know. And I promise I'll make it up you." "Freddie, it's practically the whole summer break. What the hell did you do?" The young boy winced at the yelling from his girlfriend. Well, she was his sweetheart really, as they had been going steady for tears almost, and he was really getting serious about her now. Babe, you remember the prom where Carlton Banks was acting real weird?" "Yes, he ended up in the ER and got admitted, and there is a rumor going around that he took drugs, too." "Carlton Banks, a straight-A student with a stick up his butt, he's so straight-laced." Freddie laughed lightly at the description but quickly sobered when he thought about it. "Sarah, if I tell you something, you got to promise me not to say anything to anyone, right? Not Cindy, not Louise, no one." "All right, but Freddie, you're scary. What is it?" "Carlton did take some drugs at the prom." "What? Oh wait, who'd have thought it? Where did he get the drugs?" Freddie swallowed. It was now order. Could he tell her and still have her as his girl? "Honesty amongst you is the true meaning of a good relationship," echoed in his head from a previous lecture from his father. "The drugs were speed and they were mine, well, Will's actually, seeing as got them from me." Freddie blurted out, he waiting for the blowout at the end of them, but instead there was silence. "Sarah. Babe. Talk to me please." I don't know what to." "Freddie. Freddie, I gotta go think about this." "Sarah, please, I love you, and if you are mad at me it's okay." The young man's eyes started to glass over. "You can yell at me if you and tell me I'm an idiot and a jerk, but just don't dump me over this. Freddie, I never thought you would be involved with drugs. I'm sorry. I'm done with them, I promise." It started as study aid, to keep you away." "Sarah, I promise you I never dealt drugs. Well, I mean I never sold them to anyone. Just shared them with people, like Will." "Will Smith takes drugs as well?" Sarah asked incredulously. "No. I mean, yeah. I gave him some as he was struggling. I've no idea if he ever used them, but it was his pills that Carlton took." "Sarah, I promise you I never knew what Carlton was taking. Apparently he thought they were vitamins, so he took more than one, that's why he was ill." The line went silent again. Sarah, say something, please." Freddie bent into the handset. "You promise me you've done with drugs forever?" she eventually answered. Freddie nodded even though she couldn't possibly see him. "Yes, babe, I promise never, and Dad kinda knows the whole story, so's why I'm grounded. Well, I can't say I'm happy about it, baby, but if you are sure you aren't going to do it again, I guess I can forgive you." Freddie sighed and he sank back to his father's chair. "Ouch, aw shit." And he jumped back to his feet and reached back with his feet to rub furiously. "Freddie, what happened?" asked an alarmed Sarah. "Oh no. Nothing, baby, I just sat on something that hurts all," he replied after gasping in a deep breath. "Are you okay now?" Yeah, he grunted as he rubbed. "Nothing an ice pack won't make better." "Frederick, tough up, say your goodbyes to Sarah," said Mr. Phillips, walking into study. "Yes, sir," Freddie replied respectfully, and he returned back to the handset. "I gotta go now, baby. I love you, and I promise when I'm free again we'll do a concert. Anything else you want, okay?" "Yes, I'll look forward to it." "You owe me big time, mister," Sarah chuckled into phone. "I know I do. Love you. And I love you too. Now do anything else to get grounded for the rest of the summer, because the last 2 weeks are mine." "I hear you, baby. Bye." Freddie returned the handset to the cradle. "Man, that sucks." She was very unhappy with me, he said, catching himself from cursing in front of his father just in time. "Yet another reason to keep you about you then, son, isn't it?" Freddie nodded and sighed heavy. "Yes, sir. Thanks for letting me use the phone in here." You're welcome. Now why don't you go and lay down for a bit? Your mother will be home soon and she'll want to see that you aren't too for wear when she sees you. You've told her? Mr. Phillips nodded. I have. She, as you can imagine, was not best pleased to hear. But she agreed with my decisions on your punishment and that will be the end of it. Freddie carded his hand through his hair. Yes sir, understand.
Good, now come here. Freddie made his way down the desk and he was immediately pulled into an affectionate hug by the older man. Proud of you, boy. Freddie looked up at him. You are? You were on with your girl. Son, that took guts and you accepted that you were wrong and are willingly accepting the consequence given to you with much more good grace than many of your compatriots would. I don't doubt in that is why I am proud of the man you are becoming. Freddie smiled. Thanks Dad. And he soaked up the affection being offered by the normally much more stoic older man that was his father. Mr. Phillips returned the smile and he hugged his boy hard for a good few minutes before both of them started to become a little uncomfortable. I'd better get that letter for Judge Banks. Yes, and I have some papers to read, replied Mr. Phillips, and released each other. The two men broke apart to go their separate ways. Mr. Phillips back to his desk and Freddie back to his room, hopefully via one of the staff he could persuade to bring him some ice cubes in a bag. After a very uncomfortable night on his stomach, Will rolled over and got up and left his room to go to the bathroom down the hall. He did his ablutions, stripped, and showered, washing his body carefully to save the soreness in his neck regions getting worse. When he was done he dried off and with a towel wrapped around his waist he shaved his light cover of morning beard and brushed his teeth. Ready to get dressed he went to sit on the side of the bath to put on the clean boxer and undershirt he had brought in with him. He yelped as soon as his backside touched the old enamel of the bath. Geez, Uncle Phil, you really know how to do a number, a guy. And he cursed a storm under his breath. Are you all right in there? Asked Vivian with concern. She was walking past, having already gotten dressed herself earlier and had only come back up to don the necklace she had forgotten to put on to the meeting she was going to attend that morning. All that, yeah, Aunt Viv, I'm fine, Will quickly assured her, and deciding to stay away from anything that might touch his sore skin, he stepped into his boxers and shrugged on the undershirt before collecting up his dirty ones and his pajama pants. Vivian was still out in the hall when Will emerged. How are you feeling today, Will? She asked kindly. I'm okay, Aunt Viv. Really, he replied with his head down, as he could bear to face her yet as he was still too ashamed. I'm really sorry about what I did, Aunt Viv. You know that, right? Vivian nodded and she pulled the young man into a strong hold. You have been punished and forgiven by everyone, not just your uncle and I, so I don't want beating yourself up about this anymore. She leaned back and lifted his chin. Do you hear me, young man? She asked, patting at his behind gently with the other hand. Yes ma'am, no need of a reminder here, quipped, and he went to pull out of range. Vivian knuckled and she brought up her right hand to run her fingers through his short hair. See that you remember, cause Uncle Phil isn't the only one who believes in corporal discipline for naughty young men. Aunt Viv. The younger man whined and Viv just laughed. Go finished getting dressed, baby. Jeffrey has breakfast ready and I believe that you uncle has a list of chores for you, your cousin, to complete today. Will groaned at the thought of his uncle's further methods to torture him, but he nodded obediently. Yes, ma'am, be right down. Vivian smiled at him and she walked away, and Will made quick tracks back to the room to dump the dirty laundry in his basket and put on some light wet pants, knowing that anything heavier would increase the soreness. Then slowly as he's able, Will made his way downstairs to face everyone for breakfast. Whatever one feels about the actual movie, only the dullest dog would din Independence Day, or, as is also known by its tidier tag, ID4, had one the most bitchin' promo trailer ever spliced together.
Praised before teasers, audience adored approval and elevated at the hour of the house being desecrated. As a result, when film opened in North America, it laid around the clock to packed house, crossing magic $100 million in the first weekend. Despite who's that it's so hokey, sentimental, and formulaic, well, yeah, shamelessly, knowingly so plenty of bang your buck. Independence Day is a 1996 American science fiction action film directed and written by Roland Emmerich. The film ensemble cast includes John, Will Smith, Phil, Mary, Jugger, Robert, Paul, Henry Quaid, James Wheatmore, Harvey Fierstein. The film focuses on disparate people who converge in Nevada in the aftermath of a worldwide extraterrestrial race of origin. The other people of the world, they launch out counterattack July 4 Independence Day in the United States. While promoting Gate in Europe, Emmerich came up with the idea for the film while answering a question of his own belief in the existence of alien life. And Dean Devlin did it to incorporate full-scale attack heaviest that aliens and invasion film travel long-distance outer space only remain hidden when returned. Shooting began July 1995 in New York, and the film was completed on 20th, 1996. Considered a significant turning point in the history of the Hollywood blockbuster, Independence Day was at the front of the large-scale disaster film and by resurgence of late 1996. The film was released wide on July 1996, but in showing on July 10th, the film's story ends, in limited release as a result high level of anticipation among moviegoers. The film received a positive review, criticized its actors, but praised performances and visuals, and grew over $818.4 million worldwide, becoming the high-grossing film of 1996, passing Twister action, Impossible. The film also became the second highest grossing film ever at the time, behind Jurassic Park, 1993. The film won the Academy Award for Best Visual Effect and was nominated for the Academy Award for Best Sound. A sequel, Independence Day: Resurgence, released 20 years later on June 24, 2016, making up first part of a planned series of films. Content: 1. 2. Cast. 3. Production. 3.1 Development. 3.2 Filming. 3.3 Music. 4 Release. 4.1 Theatrical. 4.2 Home Media. 4.3 Censorship. 4.4 20th Anniversary Release. Reception. 5.1 Box Office. 5.2 Critical Response. 5.3 Accolades. 5.4 Legacy. 6 in other media. 6.1 Books. 6.2 Video. 6.3 Multimedia. 6.4 Video Games. 6. Toys. 7 Sequels. 80 also. 9 References. 10 External Link. Plot. On July 10, 1996. Enormous alien mothership arrives in the orbit of the Earth, deploys multiple saucer, each 15 miles, that take missions over its major seas. Dave Levinson, an MI-trained satellite technician, decodes signal embedded within globe satellite transmissions, realizing is the alien countdown timer for a coordinated attack. With help from his ex-wife, House Communications Direct Constantino, Dave and his father Julius and access to Oval Office and alert them Thomas More to the threat. With orders evacuations of New York City, Los Angeles, and Washington, D.C., but it is too late. Each of the saucer fires a self-destructive beam, causing a gargantuan explosion that incinerates each saucer targeted city, killing millions. More, the Vincents, a few others gave aboard Air Force once the capitals destroyed them with New York, Los Angeles, and other major cities around the world. On July 3rd, counterattacks against the alien invaders begin, but their ships are shielded by force fields. Each sir launches swarm of air vessels with their own shields, which decimate the Hugh fighter squadrons and military bases. Captain Stephen Hiller, one of the mission's squad leaders, survives by luring his attack to the enclosed spaces of Grand Canyon before ejecting from his plane, causing the enemy fighter to crash land. He subdues the downed alien and backs down a convoy of refugees, transporting them consciously into Area 51, where Whitmore Group has left. Secretary of Defense Albert Nicky has revealed that a faction of the government had been involved in UFO conspiracy since 1947, when one of the invaders and fighters crashed in Roswell. Area 51 housed the now refished ship, and 3 alien corpses covered from the crash. A scientist, Dr. Brackish, can examine the alien materialized.
it reigns conscious and attack, telepathically invade Oaken's mind and killing a personnel. It uses Oaken's vocal cords to reject Whitmore's offer of peace before launching a kick attack against him. After secret service agents military personnel kill Alien, Whitmore revealed what he learned they were linked, the invade plan to strip Earth of natural resources. He reluctantly authorizes a nuclear attack against one warship situated of Houston as trial, that remains intact. Steven's girlfriend Jasmine Brow and her son have survived the destruction of Los Angeles, rescue a truckload of survivors, including critically injured First Lady Marilyn. Though they later found Stephen and into Area 51, Marilyn died shortly after being reunited with her family. Angela Ford, taking inspiration from his father, did write the computer virus will disrupt aliens' ship's operating system, and devises a plan to upload it into the mothership from the refurbished alien fighter, which Stephen volunteers to pilot. The U.S. military contacts Sprint Nation surviving airborne squadron around the world through Morse to organize united counteroffensive against the aliens. With military pilot in short flight with and General William Gray list to help volunteer flight experience, including Russ, to fly the remaining at Area 51, and the former was an attack a warship bearing down on the base while the latter overseas. Entering mothership, Stephen, David upload virus and deploy a nuclear missile on board, nullifying the aliens' communicating system reinforced after the ship is destroyed. With the aliens' shields activated, Whitmore's squadron can cut the enemy fighters. Their ammunition is exhausted before they can destroy the submarine. As it prepares to fight on the base, Russell had one last battle, but unable to fire due to a launcher malfunction. He sacrifices himself by crushing his jet the missile into Saucer's weapon, which destroys the warship. Military forces worldwide are notified of the alien ship's critical weakness and destroy the others. As humanity rejoices in victory, Stephen and David return to Area 51 and reunite with their families. Last. Will Smith as Captain Stephen Hill, a Marine F/A-18 pilot with the Black Knight Squadron MCSL-12 and aspiring astronaut. Devlin Emmerich had always envisioned African American for the role 3 and specifically wanted Smith after seeing his performance in 6 Degrees of Separation. 4. Bill Ullman as President Thomas A. Whitmore, a former fighter pilot and Gulf War veteran. Prepare for the role. Holden read Bob Edwards The Computers and watch the documentary film The Room. Jeff Goldblum as Sid Levinson, an MIT-educated satellite engineer and technological expert. Mary Monnell as First Lady Meryl Whitmore. Ed Hirsch as Julius Levin, Dave Levinson's father. The character was based on one of D. Devlin's uncles. 6. Rob Loggia as General William Gray, USMC, the Commandant of the United States Marine Corps. Loggia modeled character after World War II generals, particularly George S. Patton. 7. Randy Quaid Russell Cass, an eccentric, alcoholic fighter pilot and Vietnam War veteran. He insists that he was abducted by aliens during work on air application 10 years prior to the film events, shortly after completing his military service. Mark Collin as Constance Spell, Whitmore's White House Communication Director and Vid Levinson former wife. Vivica Fox as Jasmine Dubois, Steve Hiller's girlfriend and mother Dylan Dubois. James Horn as Edward Nimziki, the Secretary of Defense and, as former CIA director, is a member of a government faction who are aware of the aliens' existence due to the ship covered at Rockwell. Well-liked, lying, arrogant, selfish, and crooked, Nimziki embodies the stereotypical corrupt politician, and his ambition is to be elected as president himself and often ends with ideas such as Moore and Grebe described the character as being much like Oliver North. The character eventual Fring Lampoon Joe Nimziki MG's head of advertising, who made life pleasant for Glenn and Emmerich when studio executive forced recut of Stargate. 10. Harvey Fierson as Marty Burt, Did Levinson co-worker at Compact Cable Television Company. Pat Baldwin as Major Mitchell, U.S. Air Force, Area 15's commanding officer and the member of a governmental faction who are aware of aliens' existence. In the Interstellar War, he becomes the trusted ally Thomas Whitmore's party. Brent Spine as Dr. Rakesh Oken, the highly citable scientist in charge of Research Area 51. Doc Oken appeared to have been killed by an alien returned in sequel, where it was revealed that the character had been in a coma for exactly 2 decades since the event. 11. The character appearance and full style based upon the visual effects supervisor Jeffrey Oken, with whom Emp had worked on Stargate. 12. James Duval as Miguel Kiss, the eldest son of Russell Cass. Bill Smyrovic as L.E. Colonel Watson, commanding officer of the Blood Knights. Harry Connick Veneer. And Marine Cap Jimmy Wild, fellow fighter pilot and friend of Steven. Con took over the role from Matthew Perry, who originally cast in the role. Mae Whitman as Patricia Moore, the daughter of President Thomas J. Whitmore, First Lady Marilyn Whitmore. 13. Ross Beck as Dylan Drow, Jimin Dubrow's son and Steve Hiller's stepson. Lee Jacob as Alicia Cass, the daughter of Russell Cass. Shazam Andrews as Lloyd Cass, the son of Russell Cass. Production. Development. Official film logo. The idea of the film came when Emmerich and Glenn were in promoting film started. The reporter asked Eric why he would film the content like Stargate if he not believed aliens. Emmerich stated he was still fascinated the idea of an alien role, and Thur explains response by asking the reporter to imagine what it would like to wake one morning to discover 15-mile-wide spaceship were hovering over the world's just cities. Emmerich turned to Glenn and said, "I think I have an idea of our next film." 6:14:15. F/A 18 minutes of BFA 3:13, Black Knight. Emmerich Devlin decided to expand the idea of incorporate large-scale attack. Devlin said he was bothered by the fact, for the most part, in alien invasion movies, they come down to Earth and they're in some battlefield, or they arrive little sport and inject themselves into the of someone's head. 16. Emmerich agreed by asking Devlin if arriving across galaxy, would you hide far before we make a big difference? 16. That wrote the script during a month-long vacation in Mexico. 14. And one day after they sent it for consideration, 20th Century Fox chair Peter Chern greenlit the screenplay. Pre-production began just 3 days later in February 1995. 6:14. The U.S. military originally intended to provide personnel, vehicles, and costumes for the film, however, backed out when producers refused to remove the script's Air 51 references. 6. A then record 3,000 plus special effects shots ultimately required film. 15. The shoot utilized offset camera special effects more often than computer-generated effects in an effort to save money and get more authentic pyrotechnic results. Many of these shots were accomplished at Hughes Aircraft in Culver City, California, where the film art department, motion control photography teams, pyrotechnics team, and model shop were headquartered. Dubious discussed. The production's model make department more than twice as many miniatures for the production than had ever been built in any film or by creating miniatures for things, sea streets, aircraft, landmarks, and monuments. 17. The crew also built miniatures for several of the spaceships featured in the film, including a 30-foot, 10.1 destroyer model 18 and a version of the mothership spanning 12 feet, 3.7 m. 19 city streets were relegated and tilted up beneath a high-speed camera mounted on a scaffolding film downward. An explosion would be ignited below the mole, and fumes would rise towards the camera, engulfing the tilted model and creating the rolling wall of destruction look seen in the film. 20. A model of the White House was also gated, covering 10 feet, 3.0 by 5 feet, 1 m, was used in perspective shots with being destroyed. A similar action for its destruction scene. 20. The detonation took a week. Plan 10 acquired 40 explosive charges. 21. A World War II training craft with a camera mount on its front navigated through walls of the Colorado River Canyon, and the footage was used as pilot point view shot. 20. The film aliens were designed by production designer Patrick Tagulos. The actual aliens in the film are diminutive based on a giant Tato pose drew when asked by Eric to create alien that was both familiar and complete original. 23. These creatures wear biomedical suits are based on other design Topulos to Emmerich. These were 8 feet, 2.4 m tall, equipped with 25 tentacles, purposely designed to show it not sustain a person inside so it would not appear to be man in a suit. 24. Filming. Principal photography began in July 1995 New York City. A SEC unit gathered late shots establishing shots of Manhattan, Washington, D.C., and our community, Flagstaff, Arizona, and the very large array on the plains of San Agustin, New Mexico. 20. The main crew also filmed nearby Cliffside Park, Jersey before moving to the former Kaiser Steel Mill in Fontana, California to film the post-attack Los Angeles sequences. 25. The production then moved to Wendover, Utah, and Wendover, Nevada. 26. Where deserts dub for Imperial Valley, the Wendover Airport doubled the El Toro and Area 51 exteriors. 27. Was here where Pullman films pre-Battle Beach. Immediately before filming the scene, Devlin and Pullman decided to add a day, celebrate our Independence Day, to the end speech. At the time, the production was nicknamed ID4 cause Warner Brothers owned the rights to the title because of film from 1983 which is also called Independence Day. Devlin had hoped that if Fox executives visited the edition dailies, the impact the new dial would help them win the rights to title. 6. Pullman stated in a 2020 interview that Fox had otherwise been aiming to use Doomsday for the film's release to match other disaster films of time, and Glenn and Eric had hoped the impact of the beach scene helped win Fox over to the Independence name. 28. The right used the title was eventually won 2 weeks later. 10. The production team went to the bottom salt flat to film 3 scenes, then returned to California to film in various places on Los Angeles, including a few aircraft sets for the coal company. Area 15 interior were constructed at a former aircraft plant. Sets a ladder in pit corridors containing winds that were covered with blue material. The filmmakers originally intended to use the croquis technique to make it appear as if an activity was happening on the other side of the glass, but the composite image were not added to the final because production designer decided the panels gave sets a full look. 29. Attacker hangar set contained an attacker cup 6 5 feet 20 m wide team that 4 months to build. The White House interiors used had already been built the American resident and previously used for Nick. 21. Prints of photography completed on November 3, 1995. 10. Film initially depicted Raul Caspi rejected as volunteer in July for aerial counteroffensive because of his alcoholism. Then uses his own missile to his red plane to carry out his suicide mission. According to D. Devlin, test audience respond well to the scene irony and comedic value. 6. However, the scene was reached to include souls except as a volunteer. The crash course on flying long fighter aircraft, him flying in /A-18 instead of biplane. Devlin preferred the alteration because viewer now Mrs. Russ ultimately making the decision to sacrifice his life and seeing the plane keep pace and flee amongst /A-18s was just not believable. The film was officially completed on June 20, 1996, 5 days before its scheduled Manchester premiere. 10. Music. Grammy awarding 30 score for the film was composed by David Holt and recorded with an orchestra of 9, a choir of 46, and every last ounce of stereotypical America he could muster for the occasion. 30. The film's producer Dean Dillon commented that you can live it up to write some of the most rowdy and patriotic music in the history of American cinema. 32. The soundtrack has received 2 official CD releases. CA released a 15th album at the time of the film's release. Then in 2010, La La Land Records released a limited edition, 2-disc CD set that comprised the complete score plus 12 alter cues. 33. Premiere of Independence Day 34 took place at Royal Albert Hall in September 2016, with the film's score performed live screening of film. 35. This celebrated the 20th anniversary of the film release, and the event so featured pre-film taught by David Holt. Release. Theatrical. Time capsule in Rachel, Nevada. While the film is still in post-production, Fox began a massive marketing campaign to help promote the film, beginning the airing of a dramatic commercial during Super Bowl 30, for which paid $1.3 million.
36. The film's subsequent success at box office resulted in the end of using the purple airtime to kick off the advertising campaign potential blockbusters. 37. Fox's licensing and merchandising division also entered into co-promotional deals happily. Co-marketing project was the Power Save the World campaign, in which company used footage of Dave using his pocket laptop their print and television advertisements. 39. Masters entered a merchandising deal with films producers to create a line of tie toys. In exchange for product placement, Vauxhall entered into promotional deals with Malsource Brewing Company and Coca-Cola. 31. The film was marketed with several taglines, including, "We always believe we weren't alone." On July 4th, "I wish we were Earth. Take a good look. It could be your last, and don't make plans for August." Weekend before film's release, the Fox Network aired half-hour special on the film, the first third of which is a spoof news report on the events that happened in the film. Roger Ebert attributed most of the film's early success to teaser trailers and marketing campaigns, acknowledging them as truly brilliant. 42. The shot of the White House's destruction was the focus of the film's marketing campaign. A fleeing helicopter was added a shot in the final print. The film had official premiere held at Los Angeles' now Command Theater on June 20, 1996. 43. It was screened proudly at the White House for President Bill Clinton and his family. 44. Before receiving a nationwide release in the United States on July 2, 1996, a day earlier than its previously scheduled opening. 35. During its initial theatrical release, the film as well as distributor 20th Century Fox and owned Lucasfilm Ltd. THX introduced a CGI trailer featuring the eventual character Megatex, who was created by John Lasseter of Pixar Animation Studios, fresh of Toy Story half a year prior, and Industrial Light and Magic. The trailer and its subsequent movie trailer would later seen in theaters and on old home media of early Pixar films with Bugs Like Cars, though the trailer was not shown its original media release of another Pixar film, being Crawls. Using the Cavill trailer instead. Home media. After a 6-week, $30 million marketing campaign, Independence Day released on VHS on November 22, 1996. 36 older disc release came out at roughly the same time. Included odd commentary, theatrical trailers, deleted scenes, and a bundled soundtrack CD. 47. The film sold 22 million copies in North America, becoming best-selling live-action film. 40. It became available on DVD on June 27, 2000, and has since re-released in several different versions of this format, varying supplemental material, including one instance where it packaged with a particular cut. 49. A special edition of the film was included in the DVD as well, which featured 9 minutes of additional footage not seen in the original theatrical release. 50. Independence Day became available on Blu-ray in the United Kingdom on December 24, 2007, 51, and in North America on March 11, 2008, 52, and in Australia on March 5, 2008. 53. The Unedited single disc releases only feature the theatrical cut and new extra, as single disc DVDs. For its 2016 20th anniversary, the film re-released 2-disc Blu-ray and DVD, 4K Ultra HD Blu-ray, and Digital HD. 54-55. The 20th anniversary edition featured both theatrical and extended versions, all the extras of previous 2-disc DVD and more. D6. Censorship. In Lebanon, some Jewish and Israel-related content in the film censored. One cutscene involved Judd Hirsch's character donning a kippah, and lead soldiers at White House officials in a Jewish prayer. Other moved footage of Israeli-Arab troops working together in preparation countering the alien invasion. The Lebanese Shia Islamist militant group Hezbollah called for Muslims to boycott film, describing it as propaganda for the so-called genius of Jews and their concern for humanity. In response, Jewish actor Goldblum said, "I think Hezbollah missed the point. The film not about American Jews seeing the world, it's about teamwork among people of different religions and nationalities to feed a common enemy." 5750. 20th anniversary release. Film had both its 20th anniversary premiere at a special live orchestral screen performance at Royal Albert Hall on September 20, 2016. The Royal Philharmonic Orchestra, conducted by the original orchestrator Nicholas Dodd, performed the score live 59 from the film, and the film composer, David Arnold, was a presenter at the event. Reception. Box office. One of the film's creatures on the cover of the Life First 1996 issue of Time. Independence Day was the highest-grossing film of 1996, beating a blockbuster of that year such as Twister, Scream, Jam, Mission Impossible, and The Hunchback of Notre Dame. 2. United States and Canada, it earned $104.3 million its opening 60 including $90.1 million during its 5-day holiday open, and $8.2 million during its open weekend. 61 all three figures broke records by Jurassic Park 3's earlier. 60 that sequel, The Lost World, Jurassic Park, and all three records when it released the following year. Independence Day stayed in the #1 spot 3 consecutive weeks and $306,116,268 in the United States and Canada and $511,281,620 in the territory during its theatrical run. To the combined worldwide total of $807,400,891 came second only to the worldwide earning of Jurassic Park as the height of all time. 60 the film was the record $2.5 million its opening weekend in Germany. 63 Box Office Mojo estimates that the film sold over 69.26 million tickets to US and Canada. Steve Ford hoped to capitalize on the film's success. Several studios released large-scale master film 65. The already losing interest science fiction-related media was further increased by the film's popularity. 4. Month after the film's release, jewelry designers and marketing consultants reported increased interest in dolphin jewelry, as the character Jasmine Vivae Fox was dolphin earrings is presented a wedding ring featuring a gold dolphin. 66. Critical response. Rotten Tomato, a review aggregator, reported that 67% 75 surveyed critics gave the film positive review. Average rating 6.33/10. Guide's critical census reads, the plot is thin and owes character development, but has a thrilling, spectacle summer movie. Independence Day delivers. 6.7 on Metacritic. The film has a score of 59 out of 100 based on 19 picks, indicating mid-or average reviews. 68 audiences polled by Cinema scored the film an average grade of on an A+F scale. 16. Critic wrote that the film has cardboard and stereotypical character 345 71 72 weak dialogue. 65 72 73 74 however, the shot White House destruction and declared milestone in dual effects one of the most memorable scenes in the 1980s. 75 76 the 2010 poll, Reads of Entertainment Weekly rated the second this summer film of the previous 20 year, rang only behind Jurassic 77. Nicholas L. San Francisco Chronicle gave the film his highest rating, declaring it the apotheosis of Star Wars. 45 The Swartz of Entertainment Weekly gave a B+ for living up to massive hype, adding charm is the most of the set's contemporary characteristics. The script is witty, knowing, cool. 78 years later, Entertainment Weekly rate the film as one of the best disaster films of all time. 65 Ken Turan of the Los Angeles Times felt that film did an excellent job paying the boggle immensity of extraterrestrial vehicles, and peck in the street and the scenes of alien attack were disturbing, unsettling, and completely convincing. 3. However, film's nationalistic overtones were widely criticized by reviewers. Side the movie review K described film as a smash of elements from a variety of alien invasion movies and Go-American Goism. 78. The speech to which Whitmore states that victory in the coming would see the entire world henceforth described July 4th its Independence Day, was described a BBC review as the most jaw-dropping office soliloquy ever delivered in a mainstream Hollywood movie. 7 died in 2003. Readers of Hire voted the scene that contained the speech as the easiest movie moment of all time. 80 Firstly, Empire Kim Newman gave the film a 5-star rating. The magazine original review of the film. 68. Several critics expressed disappointment with the quality of film's special effects. Newsweek's David Anson claimed the special effects were of better caliber than those seen 10 years earlier in Star Wars. 72 McCarthy Variety felt productions did conscious approach result in cheesy shots that lacked in quality relative to the effects present in film directed by James Cameron and Steven Spielberg. 33 In review, Roger Ebert note of a lot of imagination in the space and creature designs. 81 Gene Siskel expressed the same sentence in his movie's review of the film. 42 Link. American Film Institute list. AF's 100 Years, 100 Reels, nominated E2. FI's 10 Top 10, nominated science fiction film 83. Accolades. Award subject 90 result. COD Award D for Best Sound Chris Carpenter, Bob Beamer, Bill W. Ben and Jeff Wex nominated. Academy Awards AD for Best Sound nominated. Best Visual Effects Volker F. Douglas F. Claney, and Jessica Silva. Czech Lot Awards 85 AD's the most successful movie cinemas. Roland Emmerich won. SAT Awards 8 for Best Special Effects Volker Engel, Douglas Smith, Clay Pinney, and Joe Viskill won. Science fiction film Dean Evelyn won. Best Director Roland Emmerich won. Best Writer Roland Emmerich and Dean Den nominated. Best Costumes Joseph Porro nominated. Supporting Actor Brent Center nominated. Best Supporting Actor Vivica A. Fox nominated. Best Actor James Duvall nominated. Best Music David Auld nominated. Best Act Jeff Gold nominated. Will Smith nominated. Choice Award 84 for Movie Actor nominated. Favorite BN/E won. Hugo Awards E4 Best Dramatic Presentation and Shane nominated. Young Artist Awards E4 Best Actor, age 10 under Ross Lee nominated. People's Voice Awards E4 Favorite Dramatic Motion Picture /A1. MT Movie Award E4 Best Action Seeks Aliens Bluff Cities nominated. Movie /A nominated. Best Male Performance Will Smith nominated. Breakthrough Performance Vivica Fox nominated. Best Kiss Will Smith and Vivica Fox. Graham Awards AD for Best Instrumental Composition Written Promotion Picture for Television David Art won. Satellite Awards AD for Outstanding Visual Effects Volker Engel, Douglas Smith, Clay Pinney, Joe Viscus won. Outstanding Film Editing David Benner won. Mainichi Film Awards AD for Best Foreign Language Film /A won. Japanese Academy Awards AD and nominated. Amanda Awards AD for /A nominated. Blockbuster Entertainment Awards AD for Favorite Actor, side by Will Smith. Unip Readers' Choice Awards AD for Best Act 1. Supporting Actress Vivica Fox. Best Science Fiction Film /A1. Special Effects Volker L. Doug Limit, Claney, and Jessica Silva. Best Actor Roland Emmerich won. Best Score Dick Arnold won. Best Cinematography Earl Walter Linlog won. Best Writer Roland Emmerich Dean Devlin won. Gold Raspberry Awards AD Forced Written Film Grossing for $100 million nominated. Stinkers Movie Award AD for Screenplay for a Film Growing over $100 million nominated. Worst Picture nominated. Online Film and Television Association Awards A7 Best Sci-Fi/Fantasy Her Picture D. Devlin nominated. Best Sci-Fi/Fantasy Her Actor Will Smith nominated. Best Film Editing Dave Renner nominated. Best Sound Chris Carpenter. Bill W. Clinton. Bob Beamer. Joe Wexler nominated. Best Sound Effects C. Gendler and Val Kilclucky nominated. Best Visual Effects Volker Engel. Douglas Smith. Clay Pinney. Joe Viskill nominated. Legacy. Disaster elements portraying Independent Day represent a significant turning point Hollywood blockbuster films. With advance in CGI special effects, events depicting mass destruction became commonplace. Films that followed, such as Volcano, 1987, Armageddon Deep Impact, both 1990. The trend continued throughout the 2000s and 2010s, evident films such as Two of Emery Films The Day After Tomorrow, 2004, 2012, 2009, White House Down, 2018, as well as a blockbuster like Titanic, 1997, Transformers, 2007, and The Avengers, 2012. 88. In other media. Books. Main article, Independence Day, book series. Author Stan Molstad with a tie-in novel to help for the film shortly before its release. Novel goes into further detail on the characters, situations, and overall concepts not explored in the film. The novel ends the film finale as originally scripted, with character played by Randy Bates stealing a soul and roped it to his crosser biplane. Follow the film's success. Prequel novel titled Independence Day, Silent Own was written by Molstad February 1990. 80 in the novel is set in the late 1960s and early 1970s, and tells the early career of Dr. Brackish. 9. Molstad wrote a third novel, Independence Day, War in Desert in July 1999. Set in Saudi Arabia on July 3rd, it centers on Captain Mins and Kurt Thompson, the two Royal Air Force officers seen leaving the Morse code message in film. American ranks corrections squadron leader and crew captain respectively in the Abbas reissue. A Marvel comic book was also written on the first novelizations. Radio. On August 4, 1996, BBC Radio 1 broadcast the one-hour play Independence Day UK. Written, produced, directed by Mags, a spin-off depicting the alien invasion from a British perspective. 91 of the original cast was present. Dean Den gave Mag permission to produce an original version, on the condition he did not reveal certain details of the movie plot, and that the British were not depicted as saving day. 91 Independence Day UK set up to be similar to the 1930 radio broadcast of the world's first 20 minutes were lived. 91. Multimedia. In 1990s, a behind-the-scenes multimedia CD-ROM titled Inside Independence was released Microsoft Windows and Macintosh. It includes storyboards for film, sketches, move clips, and preview of the Independence Day video game. 92. Video games. An Independence Day video game was released in February 1997 to PlayStation, Sega Saturn, and PC, each version receiving most tepid reviews. 9-3 The multi-shooter game contains various missions to perform, with the ultimate goal of destroying the alien primary weapon. A wireless mobile version was released in 2005. Video game titled ID4 Online was released in 2000. Citation needed. Toys. Trendmasters released toy line for film in 1996. 9-4 each action figure, vehicle, or playset came with 3 plus 1 2-inch floppy disk that contained an interactive computer game. 95. Sequels. Main article, Independence Day, Resurgence. In June 2011, Devlin confirmed that he and Emk had written the treatment for 2 sequels to a trilogy. Both expressed the desire for Will Smith to return. 90s in October 2011, however, discussion over Smith returning were halted due to Fox's refusal to provide $50 million salary demanded by Smith for the 2 sequels. Emmerich, however, made assurances that the films would be shot back-to-back, regardless of Smith's involvement. 97. In March 2013, Emmerich stated the titles of new films we ID, Forever, Part ID, Forever, Part 2. 98 November 2013, the sequel given the green light by 20th Century Fox. The release date June 24, 2016. It would be a standalone sequel that was split in 2 parts originally planned. Filming beginning May 2015, casting done after studio lockdown. Emmerich, the director of film. 29 in November 2014. Devlin confirmed Emmerich would be directing sequel. 100 on June 22, 2010, Emmerich announced the official title, Independence Day, Resurgence. 101. With respect to Smith's decision not to return to film sequel, Emmerich told Green Crush that, in the very beginning, I wanted to work with him and he was excited to be in, but then after a while he was tired of sequels. He did another science fiction film, which was his father's story at Earth, so he opted out. 102. Independence Day, Resurgence was released on June 24, 2016. 103. Best shot Independence Day is one of the best ones, of a vast shadow falling across the lunar surface. Visitors have arrived from
beyond the solar system, and soon their presence is detected in our skies.
Their ship is pretty big, 1/4 the size of the moon. A scientist gasps, and although an object that size in near-Earth orbit might be expected to cause tidal waves, this is not a movie that slows down for the small details. As the President of the United States and an assortment of other stock movies types look on, the mothership dispatches smaller saucers, only 15 miles across, to hover menacingly above Earth's cities. Do they come in peace? Don't make me laugh. As David, Jeff Goldblum, a broadcast technician and computer whiz, soon discovers, they are using our own satellite system to time an attack. How does he know that? Because his laptop receives the signal and displays it as a digital readout. As the hours and minutes tick down toward Armageddon, I had only one question: why are the aliens using hours and minutes? Does their home planet have exactly the same length of day and year as ours? How very nice. Independence Day is not just an inheritor of the 1950s flying saucer genre, it's a virtual retread right down to the panic in the streets, as terrified extras flee toward the camera and the skyscrapers frame a horrible sight behind them. Like those old B-movies, the alien threat is intercut with lots of little stories involving colorful characters, who are chosen for their ethnic, occupational, and sexual diversity. Representing the human race here are not only David the tech head and the president, but also assorted blacks, Jews, Arabs, Brits, exotic dancers, homosexuals, cute kids, generals, drunken crop dusters, tight-lipped defense secretaries and the McLaughlin Group. There is not a single character in the movie who doesn't wear an invisible label. Although the special effects in Independence Day are elaborate and pervasive, they aren't outstanding. The giant saucers area dark, looming presence at the top of a lot of shots, big but dull, and the smaller fighter saucers used by the aliens are a disappointment clunky, squat little gray jobs that look recycled out of ancient rocket men of Mars adventures. When the aliens attack, there are shots of the White House and the Empire State Building getting blowed up real good, but if these creatures can field a spaceship a fourth the size of the moon, why do they bother engaging in aerial dogfights with the US Air Force? And why don't they blow up everything at once? Or knock out the internet with a neutron bomb, instead of simply causing snow and static on TV screens? And why don't the humans react more? At one point, the news comes that New York, Washington, and Los Angeles have been destroyed, and is there grief? Despair? Anguish? Speculation about what that will mean for professional sports. Not a bit. The characters nod and hurry on to the next scene. We're not supposed to ask such questions, I know. We're supposed to get wrapped up in the story, and there are some neat ideas in the movie, especially the revelation that Area 51, the government's secret base north of Las Vegas, actually does harbor that alien spaceship everybody believes the feds captured in New Mexico in 1948. The spaceship and some embalmed aliens are guarded far below the Earth, and the underground lab is run by the long-haired Dr. Oken, played by none other than Brent Spiner, who is Data on Star Trek: The Next Generation. Oken is your classic mad scientist type, complaining, "They don't let us out much," and telling the president, "Guess you'd like to see the big tamale, eh?" As the president readies Earth's response, it is clear much will depend on a jerry-built solution by David, whom Goldblum plays as a hemming and hawing genius. His plan, after he devises it, depends on fighter ace Stephen Hiller, Will Smith, for its delivery. But what Goldblum comes up with, I cannot reveal. No, I insist. I only observe that it is a wonder these aliens have traveled across uncounted light years of space and yet have never thought of a computer virus protection program. My theory is that any aliens who could be taken in by this particular plan probably arrived here after pedaling across space on bicycles. For all of its huge budget, Independence Day is a timid movie when it comes to imagination. The aliens, when we finally see, are a serious disappointment. Couldn't they think of anything more interesting than octopus men? If an alien species ever does visit Earth, I for one hope they have something interesting to share with us. Or, if they must kill us, I hope they do it with something we haven't seen before, instead of with cornball ray beams that look designed by the same artists who painted the covers of Amazing Stories magazine in the 1940s. Still, Independence Day is in the tradition of silly summer fun, and on that level I kind of liked it, as, indeed, I kind of like any movie with the courage to use the line, "It's the end of the world as we know it." As the President of the United States in an assortment, on July 3, 1996, Will Smith and Jeff Goldblum saved the world in Independence Day when it hit theaters. The Hollywood Reporter's original review is below. 20th Century Fox's Independence Day is a blast, a sci-fi disaster film about an alien force that attacks Earth on 4th of July weekend. A generic juggernaut, as well as a story of appealing human dimension, Independence Day should set off box office fireworks worldwide. The bottom line, Independence Day soars as filmic ubercraft. Imaginatively splicing genres together, sci-fi, disaster, war, as well as cloning winning ingredients from more recent films from Lucas, Spielberg, and Cameron Files. Screenwriters Roland Emmerich and Dean Devlin do not exactly lift us off into any new story dimensions, but rather, they have created a sci-fi story constellation of the brightest star elements. With German director Emmerich at the helm, Independence Day soars as filmic ubercraft. In this canny scenario, there is, contrary to Ecclesiastes, something new under the sun. Massive, saucer-like spacecraft hover over the world's big cities one weekend, blocking the sunlight and casting terrifying shadows over human creation. In the United States, this weekend is the 4th of July weekend. Evidently, these aliens know when to catch us off guard, including the President, Bill Pullman, a Clinton-esque leader who realizes that he might have to act decisively in this instance. That we're not alone in the universe is not exactly a comforting realization. The monstrous alien presence is, by all indications, an invasionary force. In short, it's the world against the aliens, and there's a ticking clock in this War of the Worlds-ish saga. Like the 70s disaster films, an odd and unlikely assortment of individuals rally together to take on the overwhelming natural force, in this instance, invading aliens. In Emmerich's and Devlin's well-honed screenplay, they include, most prominently in addition to the President, a brilliant, underachieving computer whiz David, Jeff Goldblum, and breezily gung-ho Marine Corps aviator Capt. Stephen Hiller, Will Smith. It's this triumvirate that ultimately must combine their skills and summon all their bravery to save the world. Like the best action films, our heroes here are decidedly overmatched. The aliens' fortress-like spacecraft are impregnable, even to nuclear missiles. Like a popular toothpaste advertised in the heyday of this genre, the alien craft are protected by an invisible protective shield. It's up to the techie wonk David to crack their intelligence code, so what's left of the world's air forces can launch an attack against the alien mothership. Undeniably, it's the film visual effects that are the star of this colossus. Emmerich has marshaled an accomplished technical team to near perfection. The film's action pyrotechnics are masterful, including raging fireballs sweeping amid skyscrapers, blitzkriegish air battles and spectacular explosions. On occasion, one spots the blue screen seams, but overall the actionery is astonishing, a credit to the sorcery of the visual effects supervisors, Volker Engel and Douglas Smith. A large part of Independence Day's excellence is, similarly, in its design, from the ominously scary alien ships to the slimy, skeletally challenged, reptilian slithery aliens themselves. Highest praise to production designer creature effects creator Patrick Tatopoulos and production designer Oliver Scholl for the ferocious look, both alien and earthly. Further plaudits to cinematographer Carl Walter Lindenlog for the scaring scopings. Composer David Arnold's terrific music, from the rattle of the snares to the thunder of the horns, is marvelously old-fashioned, a generic masterwork along the lines of the Guns of Navarone. Although there are no central heroes in this sci-fi actioner, Smith and Goldblum emerge as the epic's nearest stars. Smith's good-natured bravado is heroically appealing, while Goldblum's herky-quirky demeanor is winningly apt as mankind's counterintelligence to the aliens' attack. Also on the people front, a squadron of supporting players is wonderful. Judd Hirsch breathes comic life into his role as David's curmudgeonly father, while Randy Quaid is goofily inspiring as a soot crop duster. Robert Loggia is well cast as an iron pants military man, while Vivica Fox is captivating as Pilot Hiller's stalwart girlfriend. Showing that they've crossed every T and dotted every I, the filmmakers have gone to the Spielberg vault to include mainstream audiences' always favorite reactive in jeopardy character, a steadfast pooch, method acted to perfection here by a happy setter. Dwayne Burge. As the President of the United States and an assortment of other stock movies types look on, the mothership dispatches smaller saucers, only 15 miles across, to hover menacingly above Earth's cities.
Sergeant, what now?
Do they come in peace? Don't make me laugh. As David, Jeff Goldblum, a broadcast technician and computer whiz, soon discovers, they are using our own satellite system to time an attack. How does he know that? Because his laptop receives the signal and displays it as a digital readout. As the hours and minutes tick down toward Armageddon, I had only one question: why are the aliens using hours and minutes? Does their home planet have exactly the same length of day and year as ours? How very nice. Independence Day is not just an inheritor of the 1950s flying saucer genre, it's a virtual retread right down to the panic in the streets, as terrified extras flee toward the camera and the skyscrapers frame a horrible sight behind them. Like those old B-movies, the alien threat is intercut with lots of little stories involving colorful characters, who are chosen for their ethnic, occupational, and sexual diversity. Representing the human race here are not only David the tech head and the president, but also assorted blacks, Jews, Arabs, Brits, exotic dancers, homosexuals, cute kids, generals, drunken crop dusters, tight-lipped defense secretaries and the McLaughlin group. There is not a single character in the movie who doesn't wear an invisible label. Although the special effects in Independence Day are elaborate and pervasive, they aren't outstanding. The giant saucers area dark, looming presence at the top of a lot of shots, big but dull, and the smaller fighter saucers used by the aliens are a disappointment clunky, squat little gray jobs that look recycled out of ancient rocket men of Mars adventures. When the aliens attack, there are shots of the White House and the Empire State Building getting blowed up real good, but if these creatures can field a spaceship a fourth the size of the moon, why do they bother engaging in aerial dogfights with the US Air Force? And why don't they blow up everything at once? Or knock out the internet with a neutron bomb, instead of simply causing snow and static on TV screens? And why don't the humans react more? At one point, the news comes that New York, Washington and Los Angeles have been destroyed, and is there grief? Despair? Anguish? Speculation about what that will mean for professional sports. Not a bit. The characters nod and hurry on to the next scene. We're not supposed to ask such questions, I know. We're supposed to get wrapped up in the story, and there are some neat ideas in the movie, especially the revelation that Area 51, the government's secret base north of Las Vegas, actually does harbor that alien spaceship everybody believes the feds captured in New Mexico in 1948. The spaceship and some embalmed aliens are guarded far below the Earth, and the underground lab is run by the long-haired Dr. Oaken, played by none other than Brent Spiner, who is Data on Star Trek: The Next Generation. Oaken is your classic mad scientist type, complaining, "They don't let us out much," and telling the president, "Guess you'd like to see the big tamale, eh?" As the president readies Earth's response, it is clear much will depend on a jerry-built solution by David, whom Goldblum plays as a hemming and hawing genius. His plan, after he devises it, depends on fighter ace Stephen Hiller, Will Smith, for its delivery. But what Goldblum comes up with, I cannot reveal. No, I insist. I only observe that it is a wonder these aliens have traveled across uncounted light years of space and yet have never thought of a computer virus protection program. My theory is that any aliens who could be taken in by this particular plan probably arrived here after pedaling across space on bicycles. For all of its huge budget, Independence Day is a timid movie when it comes to imagination. The aliens, when we finally see, are a serious disappointment. Couldn't they think of anything more interesting than octopus men? If an alien species ever does visit Earth, I for one hope they have something interesting to share with us. Or, if they must kill us, I hope they do it with something we haven't seen before, instead of with cornball ray beams that look designed by the same artists who painted the covers of Amazing Stories magazine in the 1940s. Still, Independence Day is in the tradition of silly summer fun, and on that level I kind of liked it, as, indeed, I kind of like any movie with the courage to use the line, "It's the end of the world as we know it." On July 3, 1996, Will Smith and Jeff Goldblum saved the world in Independence Day when it hit theaters. The Hollywood Reporter's original review is below. 20th Century Fox's Independence Day is a blast, a sci-fi disaster film about an alien force that attacks Earth on 4th of July weekend. A generic juggernaut, as well as a story of appealing human dimension, Independence Day should set off box office fireworks worldwide. The bottom line, Independence Day soars as filmic ubercraft. Imaginatively splicing genres together, sci-fi, disaster, war, as well as cloning winning ingredients from more recent films from Lucas, Spielberg, and Cameron Files. Screenwriters Roland Emmerich and Dean Devlin do not exactly lift us off into any new story dimensions, but rather, they have created a sci-fi story constellation of the brightest star elements. With German director Emmerich at the helm, Independence Day soars as filmic ubercraft. In this canny scenario, there is, contrary to Ecclesiastes, something new under the sun. Massive, saucer-like spacecraft hover over the world's big cities one weekend, blocking the sunlight and casting terrifying shadows over human creation. In the United States, this weekend is the 4th of July weekend. Evidently, these aliens know when to catch us off guard, including the president, Bill Pullman, a Clinton-esque leader who realizes that he might have to act decisively in this instance. That we're not alone in the universe is not exactly a comforting realization. The monstrous alien presence is, by all indications, an invasionary force. In short, it's the world against the aliens, and there's a ticking clock in this War of the Worlds-ish saga. Like the 70s disaster films, an odd and unlikely assortment of individuals rally together to take on the overwhelming natural force, in this instance, invading aliens. In Emmerich's and Devlin's well-honed screenplay, they include, most prominently in addition to the President, a brilliant, underachieving computer whiz David, Jeff Goldblum, and breezily gung-ho Marine Corps aviator Capt. Stephen Hiller, Will Smith. It's this triumvirate that ultimately must combine their skills and summon all their bravery to save the world. Like the best action films, our heroes here are decidedly overmatched. The aliens' fortress-like spacecraft are impregnable, even to nuclear missiles. Like a popular toothpaste advertised in the heyday of this genre, the alien craft are protected by an invisible protective shield. It's up to the techie wonk David to crack their intelligence code, so what's left of the world's air forces can launch an attack against the alien mothership. Undeniably, it's the film visual effects that are the star of this colossus. Emmerich has marshaled an accomplished technical team to near perfection. The film's action pyrotechnics are masterful, including raging fireballs sweeping amid skyscrapers, blitzkriegish air battles and spectacular explosions. On occasion, one spots the blue screen seams, but overall the actionery is astonishing, a credit to the sorcery of the visual effects supervisors, Volker Engel and Douglas Smith. A large part of Independence Day's excellence is, similarly, in its design, from the ominously scary alien ships to the slimy, skeletally challenged, reptilian slithery aliens themselves. Highest praise to production designer creature effects creator Patrick Tatopoulos and production designer Oliver Scholl for the ferocious look, both alien and earthly. Further plaudits to cinematographer Carl Walter Lindenlog for the scaring scopings. Composer David Arnold's terrific music, from the rattle of the snares to the thunder of the horns, is marvelously old-fashioned, a generic masterwork along the lines of the Guns of Navarone. Although there are no central heroes in this sci-fi actioner, Smith and Goldblum emerge as the epic's nearest stars. Smith's good-natured bravado is heroically appealing, while Goldblum's herky-quirky demeanor is winningly apt as mankind's counterintelligence to the aliens' attack. Also on the people front, a squadron of supporting players is wonderful. Judd Hirsch breathes comic life into his role as David's curmudgeonly father, while Randy Quaid is goofily inspiring as a sodded crop duster. Robert Loggia is well cast as an iron pants military man, while Vivica Fox is captivating as Pilot Hiller's stalwart girlfriend. Showing that they've crossed every T and dotted every I, the filmmakers have gone to the Spielberg vault to include mainstream audiences' always favorite reactive in jeopardy character, a steadfast pooch, method acted to perfection here by a happy setter. Dwayne Burge. As the President of the United States and an assortment of other stock movies types look on, the mothership dispatches smaller saucers, only 15 miles across, to hover menacingly above Earth's cities. Do they come in peace? Don't make me laugh. As David, Jeff Goldblum, a broadcast technician and computer whiz, soon discovers, they are using our own satellite system to time an attack. How does he know that? Because his laptop receives the signal and displays it as a digital readout. As the hours and minutes tick down toward Armageddon, I had only one question: why are the aliens using hours and minutes? Does their home planet have exactly the same length of day and year as ours? How very nice. Independence Day is not just an inheritor of the 1950s flying saucer genre, it's a virtual retread right down to the panic in the streets, as terrified extras flee toward the camera and the skyscrapers frame a horrible sight behind them. Like those old B-movies, the alien threat is intercut with lots of little stories involving colorful characters, who are chosen for their ethnic, occupational, and sexual diversity. Representing the human race here are not only David the tech head and the president, but also assorted blacks, Jews, Arabs, Brits, exotic dancers, homosexuals, cute kids, generals, drunken crop dusters, tight-lipped defense secretaries and the McLaughlin group. There is not a single character in the movie who doesn't wear an invisible label. Although the special effects in Independence Day are elaborate and pervasive, they aren't outstanding. The giant saucers area dark, looming presence at the top of a lot of shots, big but dull, and the smaller fighter saucers used by the aliens are a disappointment clunky, squat little gray jobs that look recycled out of ancient rocket men of Mars adventures. When the aliens attack, there are shots of the White House and the Empire State Building getting blowed up real good, but if these creatures can field a spaceship a fourth the size of the moon, why do they bother engaging in aerial dogfights with the US Air Force? And why don't they blow up everything at once? Or knock out the internet with a neutron bomb, instead of simply causing snow and static on TV screens?
And why don't the humans react more? At one point, the news comes that New York, Washington, and Los Angeles have been destroyed, and is there grief? Despair? Anguish? Speculation about what that will mean for professional sports. Not a bit. The characters nod and hurry on to the next scene. We're not supposed to ask such questions, I know. We're supposed to get wrapped up in the story, and there are some neat ideas in the movie, especially the revelation that Area 51, the government's secret base north of Las Vegas, actually does harbor that alien spaceship everybody believes that has captured the U.S. is run by the law. Run by the law. By none other than Brent Spiner. Who's Dead Spiner? Star Trek Spiner. The next generation. The next generation is your class. Scientist class.